teams have been fighting through that, even the ones eliminated, so we can take a bit of a look as to what they are going to be looking at today from that first through fourth position. $300,000 for first place, Eric, and then obviously stepping down from there. Our teams already eliminated in the past 2 days, gaining 40 and 60,000 respectively.
Yeah, but even making it to this day alone, minimum $80,000. So definitely they've earned what they have, but they're trying to push for more. So let's take a look at the bracket here and see exactly which teams still stand in the competition. As we see in our upper bracket, Repotted Gaming and Clash Champs still with 2 lives remaining in this double elimination finals. And that's a really good spot to be, because historically in the previous years, the teams who made it through in the upper bracket semis, or in the upper bracket finals, I mean, were the ones who ended up being the world champions. So that's a very, very strong position to be. But down the lower bracket, still fighting for survival, Na'Vi and Super BLTX with only 1 life remaining, and they have a gauntlet to make it through to be able to have a chance to get this world championship victory.
Absolutely, they will have to win 3 matches. Obviously, that upcoming match, then they would have to win the lower finals and the bracket reset. There's just so much going on, right? They have to win so many more matches, but that is what they will have to do. And like we heard from the Na'Vi players yesterday, they are ready to do that. But let's see what the casters thought of this. Obviously, we can only predict the first 2 matches. All of us going for Na'Vi, apart from Maxi, and a bit of a more even split on match number 12, Eric.
Yeah, I think obviously a lot of people are going to favor Na'Vi here because they are the former world champions. So that kind of is going to influence our decisions a little bit. They played very, very strong, but Super played very strong as well. So we could definitely see this go either way here, but I agree. That other one is definitely a toss in the air there to see which one goes through. But there we go. This is what everybody in the audience and everybody online thinks about who's going to win this. And an overwhelming majority are voting for Na'Vi to not just sweep the lower bracket, but then take the whole thing. That's very interesting.
Especially RPG, still in the upper bracket down there at 10%. Super interesting to see those predictions. And it's been too hard as we've moved through the tournament. I am sure today is going to be even worse. We've got who knows what to expect. But let's introduce Darian to today's show and see what he's got for us.
It's day 3 of Clash Fest. If you're excited, let me hear some noise. No, come on. It's day 3. We're gonna crown a winner. I wanna hear some noise! So as the Clash of Clans community manager, I have to say, the Clash community is one of the best ever. If you agree, again, let me hear some noise. That's the love I'm hearing. But, whether you're here in Finland or if you're watching from home, thank you for being a part of this journey. Also, an extra special thank you to our international casters behind us who are helping this event reach players from around the globe. We've got so many people watching, waiting to see who's going to be crowned champion. But not only are we doing these tournament events, but we also have some more giveaways later today, some cool interviews, and one extra special interview towards the end of the day that I promise you're not gonna wanna miss. Trust me on that one. All right, back to you guys.
All right, so I think it's time to get into the action. So we will start by introducing our first team of match number 1. It's going to be Na'Vi! And team number 2, Super BLTX!
The excitement is here, Eric. just looking at those teams walking out. And I personally love to see how the players have been preparing for these matches. You see everyone doing their individual things. And what do you think the teams are feeling right now?
I mean, it's hard to prepare for this deep into the game here. You don't know exactly which teams you were going to face as you make your way through the bracket here, and it's hard to prepare for a specific team here. But we can see the hit rates out of Na'Vi on the screen there. We can see that they're very, very, very high there. That's what we want to see out of a former world champion, and it's a little bit higher notice than Super BLTX. So Super's going to have a tough match ahead of them, and Na'Vi's a fierce opponent here, but I think they could definitely surprise a lot of people with what they can pull off. We see them so much in the community tournaments. They are such an insane team. They also have a former world champion on their roster as well from the 2019 World Championship. We have Wei on that roster, but the whole team is absolutely stacked, running about a 50% hit rate, and that definitely could be what they need to do today. Putting that 13-star mark on the board there is, I think, one of the biggest things. If they can cross that, I think they have a really solid chance taking Na'Vi today if Na'Vi doesn't get over that, you know?
Absolutely. Let's take a look at who we think will win, or who the community thinks will win. 78% voting for Na'Vi, which would make sense since most of them thought they would go on and win the whole thing. It would be a little bit strange if they thought they wouldn't win this war. But yeah, Super BLTX with the mountain to climb. I touched upon this yesterday, Eric, but the base builder behind the team has defended Queen Walkers in the past. So let's see if they can do it again. The first attack is about to begin.
Elimination or victory is what faces these players now in the lower bracket. Only 4 wins potentially from a world championship victory if they can stay alive and keep moving. But one of these teams is to be going home after this match. And we're starting off with Manta from Super BLTX with a blimp to sail in. And it looks like it's going to be an Electro Dragon pop out of there. The Electro Dragon with a couple of blues to go ahead and get out in front of it, get the Monolith under control there. Invincible down, clones it up. It's an Electro. We don't see a lot of Electro, but look at this. As he chains through the town hall, he's actually going to be able to hit the clan castle, and that means the troops inside of it are going to go down with it, but he does have the clan castle staying standing there. He's still moving. Headhunter slowing down the strikes of these E-Drags, and they shut down the strikes so slow there, and they're already slow firing troops, but look at that chain. Able to get the Headhunters out of the way here, but the clan castle stays standing, and that means there are some heavy troops inside of it. He needs to be very, very mindful about putting any ground troops inside of the range of that CC right now.
Well, he's got the Super Dragons flying through, so he should be good on that regard as long as he waits long enough. But they have a clear path now to the clan castle. We talked about the Electron yesterday, and it's fantastic to see it. Super Dragons will make easy work of that Na'Vi clan castle. King now reinforcing the Queen since that is down, and the Super Dragons have just got easy pathing up towards the Multi and the Eagle.
Staying together nice and tight here. The range towers start to activate. There's the ward ability catching every single one of these Super Dragons. Queen on the outside of the base there gets forced to ability by the ground expos, though. That's going to take away her insurance to be able to stay alive later on. We'll see if she can stay alive. The Unicorn tops are back off. The Dragons make their way into the other side, getting these ground expos down. Very, very important to take the damage off of his heroes as they will try to reach through the final leg of this attack.
Yeah, and he's trying to save some of the spells for the back end Queen there. They managed to take out the defenses around that, so he should be able to get to the Queen without too much damage. Still has the Royal Champion ability, 2 free spells and an invisibility. Time is certainly on his side. He just has to time this correctly. Freeze is fantastic, and the enemy Queen is about to fall.
Getting to the Queen before getting stuck on the ground skellies was a big deal right there, and he does get her down before she can deal any significant damage. Now the World Champion pushing through. Looking very, very good here from Monta. Still with a freeze, still with an invisibility. RC can probably finish this base off on her own, but she's got all the support of the world from the other heroes there, and this one is surely going to be the first triple of the war here in the favor of Super BLTX.
Starting off as they mean to continue with that momentum from beating Strut yesterday. They showed us they really could win it all, and And today, when the pressure was on, the first attack is never easy. Manta with a convincing 3-star. Maybe the predictions have been flipped around, but Na'Vi, they've been in this situation before. They won't be feeling that pressure, I'm sure. What a start for Super BLTX, though. Exactly what they needed.
Setting the bar, setting it at a 3-star, making Na'Vi play on your level there, and that's what it's all about here. You just gotta set the stage, set the pressure, and I love what he did to start here. I love to see the Electrode. You don't see it very often. Notice how he let the balloons coast out of the way there. The balloons died out there, and then he cloned the Electro Dragon, and so he could make sure that he get the extra chains. It got the biggest defenses down. Would have been nice to get the Clan Castle, but it wasn't a problem there. He had it 100% under control the entire time there, and that's just how you get it done.
Yeah, fantastic job. And what an interesting aspect this is. If they are able to defend Na'Vi, I'm thinking about the RPG matchup yesterday. RPG, or Reported Gaming, obviously did defend Na'Vi, but they weren't able to capitalize initially. So, interesting, but let's see whether Na'Vi can respond.
Sinthe stepping away from his normal. Sinthe historically has done almost exclusively scaly donut attacks here, but he's gonna switch it up. He sees an opportunity to do a Super Archer Bomb. He's got the Super Barbarians to back it up here, but the Warden will protect the Blimp all the way in, and protect the balloons as well here. Blimp sails all the way across and will land in that Town Hall compartment. Quite a large compartment right there, but as soon as the Goblins are out of the way there, they get the traps triggered, and then the clones come down, make it all invisible, rage it up, and start to work your way through that area. Notice how he's able to take out the Monolith there just by striking at the other targets around him. But look at the value he's getting out of that. He's going to get the Clan Castle. He's going to get this Eagle Artillery. That's some good value right there. And now he's got all kinds of options on how he wants to do the next phase here, because he did get the Eagle and the Town Hall, and those are usually your primary targets when you do this attack.
Absolutely, the patience he had of allowing the test troops, the Goblins and the Wall Breakers, to set off those traps first before using the clone spell, and even the invisibility, just rotating them around very slightly. Perfect job. Now we see the greater push starting from the bottom. The King using the Apprentice Warden as well there to boost the hit points of all of those troops in its radius, and he's got the pathing set. He just has to make sure to push around the right-hand side. We do need to be careful of this Queen.
Yeah, the Queen, I was about to say, the Queen may end up going the other way, because the only thing that he didn't get right here was breaking the ring of defenses so that the heroes would guarantee go the same direction, but he does keep them together there. The next blow is doing some damage. The Queen is going to step up, and she pops her ability at the same time that the King is providing the tanking there, so a little bit of a wasted value of the Royal Cloak there, but he's okay. The Royal Champion pushes through, and he's got 29 Super Barbarians he's in on. He's definitely in a little bit of a tough spot here.
He is.
There's a lot of base, and he's already lost 2 heroes, and this is not going to be an easy push here with a lot of big defense still setting, especially when he gets to the back end. On that left side, we see the Rage Tower with the multi and scatter shot next to it, and by the time he gets to the Road Champion, will probably have exhausted most of her HP.
Yeah, he's into the last minute, and this is almost the same situation Sinthe was in yesterday with that time fail. Super Barbarian struggling up top here, and I wonder whether just having all of the heroes condensed like that was the issue, rather than you want to spread them out so they're covering each other but also firing at different targets. Nice use of the Super Barbarian down the bottom to pop that Rage Tower nice and early before the rest of his troops get there, but with the Royal Champion and only a couple of Super Barbs, I don't think he can get this.
No, I think he's okay. He's still got the RC ability there. He can use it to try to hit the Expo there. 1, 2, 3. No, he does not get the Expo, but he's going to step his way in. Diggy's still there. Diggy steps in. Diggy takes the stun and shuts the Expo down. It's already a low HP. He's swarming the backside. Sinthe holds it together. He's got the triple for Na'Vi.
Why did I even doubt him? With 10 seconds to spare as well. He just wants to keep it interesting for us all here. You could hear the crowd cheering. 3 stars apiece. And that's what we expect from day 3 of the finals.
All right, well, now we got the war tied up here. 1 triple on each side. And I guess we got a chance to look at the audio of the players. Let's take a look at that.
One side.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Nice. Let's go. Good job.
Nice. Yes. Let's go. That is the feeling of the Na'Vi camp. Even though Super BLTX can get that 3-star, they're all full of smiles. Keep that energy up, and that's exactly what they need to do. Focus on their own gameplay. They've been building bases for a long time, and they've just got to hope they hold up. So let's see if they can with the next attack.
Keep it moving here. Try to get more triples. Try to keep the pressure on to Na'Vi. Somebody is bound to make a mistake there, so you have to be ready to capitalize on it. But it is going to be Meow going in with a zap into, looks like Lalo. And looks like he's got a couple sneak goblins and super barbarians. This is super troop selected, and he will begin with the flame flinger. Did end up getting the flame flinger targeted by the that wizard tower for just one, but that's relatively low damage. Maybe that's okay. But no, that could be a problem right there, because if he lost a little bit of HP, and he depends on how far he wants to push that. Because I'm seeing that he has a skeleton spell, and I wonder if the skeleton spell was intended to tank the monolith, which would be able to outrange the flame flinger and be able to keep it under control there. But if the flame flinger doesn't have enough HP to then move on and take the town hall, that could definitely be a problem. He needs to, if his plan was to secure the town hall takedown with the flame flinger, then he may need to start to reevaluate that plan right now because of that small mistake.
I think he is. He's sticking with it for the moment with the Yeti to tank the multi-mortar. Perfect timing on that one, although it was very close. And you would think that Flame Flinger has a lot of hit points because it takes so long to go down. It's actually really squishy, so even those couple of shots from the Wizard Tower is a big deal. But we see the heroes and the sneaky goblins used to help funnel them and speed them through to the town hall.
Absolutely. It looks like that Flame Flinger was intended to go off to the left anyway, so it is going to plan here. He should have enough to get that scatter shot down, and that's a good sign for him. But he does get the tornado trap triggered ahead of the heroes there, a very big deal, and gets the clan castle pull. And look at this, he's going to engage the clan castle before he activates the town hall, so he's not taking any oh, this queen, she skips past the ice golems and activates the town hall, and now he's going to start to take all that extra damage.
Certainly is. His own ice golem comes in handy in order to freeze that. There we see the red air mine right next to the town hall, so he knows he's good at this point with the lava balloon in that regard, using the warden ability to protect the hound, flying up to that most northern air defense as well. But he's got to get a strong push here with the spells as the balloons move out.
Yeah, but he did get the flame flinger to drop out super minions that were able to take out the defensive queen on the backside of the base there and pre-trigger the range tower, so he doesn't have to worry about that. Road champion steps in, gets the stun of the multi inferno. The king's about to engage her. She pops her ability, takes it down, and that should be the triple again for Super BLTX.
And they are taking down these bases quickly and with so many troops left alive. We can't even count the balloons left up there. Wow, what a super performance from Super BLTX, and really keeping the pressure on Na'Vi. 3 triples to start this war.
Yeah, very, very strong start. Exactly what we wanted out of this match. And both of these teams definitely came to take this win. And right now, the pressure is going to be on to Na'Vi to get the response. And you don't want to fall behind. Not with the momentum that Super BLTX has over that last war that they played, where they got 14 stars against Strut to be able to survive to this match in the first place. So they're running hot, and Na'Vi just has to run hotter. So we'll have to see if they can get another triple on the board here and just stay pace.
It's the first team to crack. What do you think's going through their minds right now?
Oh, this is just another day of Clash. They know exactly what they're doing. They have so much experience on both sides here, and they all have a lot of end of tournament play as well. So like they know the pressure, but let's see if they can handle it right now as we pass it over to the next attack for Na'Vi.
Has been in this situation last year, probably sitting in the exact same spot, keeping his cool, starting with the queen charge to the south, lightning spells for the sweeper up there. And then we're just going to let the queen presumably take a couple of the defenses down here, recall her out early. And then where do you think she's sending her? To the other side of the base, I would guess, at this point.
Yeah.
Set the funnel either side.
I would say get the Eagle Usually if you get the Eagle Artillery down early in a Dragon Tactor, if it's exposed, it's definitely worth the time investment, whether you use a Siege Machine or the Queen Charge in this case with the recall. And then I feel like he would want to go in on the Town Hall side of the base, but he's also taking out a Sweeper with that little lightning that was facing the bottom right. And it looks like he's already started Super Dragons in there, using the Eagle Artillery takedown as his funneling point there. He's also holding a Blimp right now, and so he can cross Blimp all the way through and secure the Town takedown. But we're already seeing traps going off in that area on the edge of the base there with a couple of sinking air mines, and now he pops the warded ability early, did not use the Blimp, and that means that Blimp is, if it's intended to go to the Town Hall, which I'd assume it be, then he's going to have to put it in unprotected across to the Town Hall, so definitely keep an eye out for traps when it goes in.
Yeah, there's a long way to go, so at this point just waiting for the Super Dragons to clear as much base as possible, but that Expo that did not go down is a huge problem here. Firing away at the Queen, decides to send in the Baby Dragon. A nice adaptation there in order to take that down, and there's the red air mine farm right as he did so.
Yeah, well, Coco Baby Dragon, I want to say there.
Why not?
Yeah, just get all the traps cleared, because that's the same path that the Queen's going to be taking, but he does go ahead and send that Blimp. The Queen is she going to go down the channel here and go to the inside of the base, or is she going to go north and go to the top side and support the King into the Monolith right there? But here comes the Clan Castle pull as he drops the Yetis out of there. Monolith stays standing. He's got the Skeleton spell as the troops start to make their way, but not looking at anything heavy right now. And the Queen, no poison. It's for here. The Queen getting absolutely decimated by, was that goblins?
It looks like it. Small troops anyway, annihilating the Archer Queen. He's still protected the RC ability up top. He's got the freeze spell, and the Air Warden actually did really good down the bottom there. Maybe the Phoenix can get the scatter shot as well, which would be a huge deal coming down to the end of this attack.
Yeah, he's got some cleanup over the side while the Phoenix is providing tanking, and he does end up missing it, but RC still has her ability. She can still get this. She's right there with the Queen. The heal is transferred to the World Champion. That gives him a really good chance. 30 seconds on the clock. The Frosty gets in there, slows the fire down to the Expo, but the World Champion stepping her way through, gets the Expo down. Time, watch the clock, 20 seconds. He's very, very close, but he's not there yet.
Oh, he would love to have a troop or two to deploy to the left-hand side there. The Queen will get the Clan Castle. I think he's good in the center here, but with 10 seconds, it's not going to happen on those final few buildings. Heartbreak for Navi, and after 2 attacks each, Super BLTX with a 4-building lead, and obviously the star.
Very, very close there. He held it together the best he could, and it gets rough. You got so many different things going on at the same time. The pathing was a little bit weird to try to figure out exactly where that Queen was going to go, but he handled it perfectly. I think the plan was very, very solid, and just a couple of extra seconds is all the difference in the world sometimes, and that's why you got to get that setup going as efficiently as possible so you don't waste any of those precious seconds.
Exactly. I did notice when he was first deploying the Super Dragons, there was a lot of seeking air mines. He managed to trigger 1 or 2 with the Coco Loons, but then some of them were further in, so there was a bit of a blend. Some of them were hitting the Super Dragons as well. So maybe Super BLTX were expecting an air approach, potentially even the Queen Charge Super Dragons, with it being popular from that side of the base.
Yeah, also that Queen getting slowed down and losing her ability to the defensive Clan Castle troops there. If the Dragons, typically the Dragons are trying to get in there and destroy that Clan Castle building, so all those little light troops like Ice Golems and Goblins and I guess Lava Hounds in the other cases will go out there and intercept the Queen. So you got to be able to get the Dragons to destroy the Clan Castle building before those troops deploy out, and you can actually save a lot with the Queen there. And that also might have been the difference in time as well. So the Dragons just fell a little bit short of where they needed to be, and that really, really hurts them in the long run.
Yeah, absolutely. Any melee troops that can't fire up at the air ones, they won't even be lured out of the Clan Castle. And that's, like you say, what the pros are trying to do. Use the air troops to get that down, but you then do have to be careful as your heroes are clearing around the outside of the base that they don't get in range and start luring them.
Absolutely. Yeah, it was a good plan there. If he just got a little tiny bit bigger push with the Dragons, then we would be looking at a tie war here, but that's not the case. So now we get to see if Super BLTX is going to slip up or if they can sustain their lead.
Lots of support for Super BLTX in the audience. Peng looking to take advantage. They have it in their hands at this point. It always sounds so easy, but if they triple out, Na'Vi cannot catch. Using these sneaky goblins under haste to try and take out these storages. He's got a long way to go before he can get to that town hall. Is he just trying to get the storages here, or do you think he's got? I guess he does have enough goblins as long as he checks for traps first. He's got 2 invis, so he should be able to get the town hall with these.
Very interesting. We saw them running this attack, only this attack, on the very first day of this World Championship. And you can see this base has a lot of collectors and storages inside of the Town Hall compartment. That doesn't deter him at all. He's going to send it anyways. He does get the Sneak Goblins, able to secure the Town takedown. And it looks like he's got the Super Barbarians clearing the outside of the base. They're setting the funnel, so combining the Sneaky Goblins damage right there with what the Super Barbarians did, now the heroes are going to be able to make their way directly into the monolith and hopefully stay off to the right. And I guess we'll see where they go. But look at the area right behind the Town Hall. If the Queen can get in there, then she can actually take the Town Hall, or not, well, the Town Hall's already gone, but he can get to all of the multi-infernos. He can reach defensive heroes over the wall and get the explodes. There's an enormous amount of damage right there in that area that he can go claim.
Yeah, she can reach all of that. You notice the King knocking out the enemy Queen pretty quick there. Also taking down some of the defenses. Should be able to get the Expo, which will help the Queen. Beautiful warden ability. Captures not just the troops in that top compartment, but also clipped down there by the King as well. See the Electro Titan now just used across towards that 3 o'clock area, or moving across there. It's got Super Barbarians coming in from each angle since he's got tanking all around the core.
This is such a unique way to attack a base. We've never seen any other team using this strategy, but Super BLTX making it look really smooth here as he continues to swarm the back end of this base here. But can he finish it off over the right side? That scatter shot is still standing. The Yeti Mites are going to throw at it, and we'll see if that's enough Yeti Mites there to finish that scatter shot. That'll definitely help on the backside, but he's still holding on to a Queen ability. He's got a Royal Champion ability. He's got a lot of troops. There's the Super Farms. They dodge a Spring Trap, and they get inside the minimum range to take the scatter shot down. He's looking like another triple on the board here. Peng gets it done, and Super BLTX is now 3 for 3.
Incredible! They are just making this look too easy. The pressure really mounting on Na'Vi now as they have to respond. This would cause them to be 2 stars behind and need a complete flip in order to take this war. Let's hear from the teams, Eric. This is exciting. See what they got to say.
野生3点钟上板，野生上板，野生上板，对，野子，牛逼，牛逼，
太屌了，太屌了，
直接拿下。
左打的一个是。
I love to see it. Love to hear the excitement, and definitely earned right now because they are in a very, very good position right now. If they get 2 stars ahead of Na'Vi, then Na'Vi would have to play the rest of the war perfect. So a lot of pressure right now for Na'Vi. They need to make sure this goes through. And that time fail really, really gonna come back to haunt Na'Vi if they end up being a star behind as we go into the final couple of attacks here. So we gotta see if they can get the triple here. This is a very, very critical point of the war.
It certainly is. Na'Vi have been in this position multiple times. They've got players that can 3-star again and again, so they really do just have to focus on their own game. Let's see if they can do it, Eric, because they're ready for the next attack.
You see him all across the top of the Legend League leaderboard. And always at the top of every single tournament, it is stars for our next attack here for Na'Vi. It looks like he's going for a Skelly Donut, maybe Bats. It's hard to say right here. what is his targets right here? But as you can see, he still brought up poison, so he's not going after Clan Castle. He's going to be going after, looks like, Expo, Scattershot, and Eagle Artillery, only using bats, but very interestingly, he's using bats while he has a couple of sweepers facing at him, but he does claim all of his primary targets, plus more. Very, very good value right now, and if he uses the whole crater right there to set up his heroes, he's going to be in a good spot, but he's doing something at the very top of the base here. Maybe getting the heroes to go to the Town Hall. What do you think? The heroes go to the bottom, or do they push the Town Hall here? Oh, no, he's using the blimp.
That's the answer. Blimp with a lot of balloons as well, using that warden ability. You see the traps, there's the tornado. Manages to pop all of the red air bombs before the blimp will be revealing those troops, because he had more than enough time under cover. Town Hall will fall, and then all of these balloons will go down, but he's managed to push this top area, and the Yetis can hopefully help to clear up a little bit more.
Getting those extra expos down is very, very important there. Getting more defense up there. On top of that, the Warden ends up surviving, so he's in a very good spot here, but we have not actually pulled the Clan Castle troops out, so we need to be mindful of that, be ready. This defensive Grand Warden locks onto his Queen, and he does see an opportunity, and he does think get a couple of super barbs there, but the Queen is able to sustain. She is able to now get topped off by the Unicorn. She's got the support that she needs, but she's kind of going the wrong direction here, and that could be a problem. I assume the wrong direction. Usually we like to keep the King and the Queen together, but maybe this is the plan the whole time. It's really hard to say sometimes with these players.
I would think it's the wrong direction, and like you said, Eric, here are the Clan Castle troops, a bunch of archers again, alongside the super minions, and with the Queen going off in the wrong direction, he's got no way to take those down. I really feel like with the skeleton traps down there, he was expecting a hero push to the south.
Yeah, but he's got the poison in place there. The Phoenix and the King are able to work with the poison, and they get the super minions under control. The Queen is not just going to be wasting her value on the right side. He does get her the protection that she needs, and she steps her way with Ice Golem, and she'll take out that Multi-Inferno. However, look at the Monolith here. The Monolith needs to be swarmed here by Super Barbs or the World Champion or a Skeleton spell. The Queen gets locked onto. He's going to end up losing his ability there. He pops it manually, sees that he needs to pop it, but that's going to hurt him to the backside because he probably wanted that Queen ability to get through the defensive Queen, and it's Queen. Okay, the Queen bails off the wall there, starts to circle down south in a very, very good spot. Watch this Queen, though. She gets over there to get the save, saves the World Champion. Here comes Headhunters. Here's the freeze, and it looks like he's got it. Stars with the triple for Navi, and they will not let their team fall 2 stars behind.
With an invisibility spell to pretty much swag as well. 20 seconds in the end. That is exactly what they needed to make sure that they have the momentum moving into these final attacks. They are behind. Super BLTX have got this in their own hands. All Navi can do is keep putting up the 3 stars to hope that the pressure and maybe the less experience here on the big stage will get to them. Who knows?
Yeah, you definitely feel the experience, not just from the tournament play here, but with Stars pushes like 6 Legend League accounts every single month, and you see him, I think last month he was number 1, 2, 3, and 5 on the Legend League leaderboard. So like, obviously he knows how to adapt to any different base there and make whatever attack he wants to use work, and you can see that versatility coming into play right there with that attack there. Even when things went a little bit wrong, he was able to make the adjustments and still find a way to take the base down.
Yeah, it always amazes me, even when things are seemingly going wrong, how they're able to adapt and end up getting the 3 stars. Just how much time do you think it takes the players to get to that level? How much practice do they need? Or I guess we can answer that question afterwards, because we've got the next attack ready to go.
World champions on both sides of this match. 4 on one team and 1 on the other. Wei was on Nova when they won the World Championship in 2019. But Town Hall 15 is a whole different world, so we'll see if he can get it done here as he goes in with Electro Titan Smash. He's got Super Barbarians that he can use to support here. I always like when we don't go too heavy on Electro Titans. We always keep a couple Super Barbs to go support on the backside. Can definitely make up for a lot of the weaknesses of that attack. But oh my god, I love this! Bowler bounces through the Town Hall wall takedown and get the monolith on the side. And they're not done yet. They're going to keep on moving and get the flank support for the Queen charge.
I mentioned this
Or
on
Warden.
day one. I loved it last year when we seen the Super Bowler blimp, and Wade making sure that even if everyone else forgot about it, he had that in the back pocket in case there was a base. He could get that major defense behind the town hall. Love it, and everything so far has been so calculated and customized to the base. Look at the Electro Titans now, a clear path in towards the Expo and a perfect jump spell placement. They've got access to everything in the center of the base.
Pop that ward ability and a range of his own as the defensive range tower goes off and try to keep himself protected from this damage. He needs to have freezes on standby as soon as he comes out of the ward ability, but he delays them. I feel like he needs to get a freeze or something in there. There's a lot of incoming damage at him. He goes invisible, but the Electro Titans are out ahead there. They're under a lot of damage up there, and it looks like a couple of them are going down, but there are some sustaining. The healers stay locked on. The healers sustain under the range the entire time, and we still have one moving up for the Queen. A couple of traps going off on the healers there, but they're overall staying relatively safe there. Most importantly, keeping his heroes protected behind him.
Yeah, I feel as long as the Queen can get that multi, keep the ability, she can take down the Expo. We've still got the Royal Champion and a couple of spells for that defending Royal Champion and Expo. Over a minute left. I think this is looking good for Wei, but he's still got a lot of deployment that he has to get right. He could still very easily mess this one up.
Try to get the skeleton spell in the right spot there. Notice how it's placed. I feel like it's a little bit far from the Royal Champion. Maybe it's okay, though. I would like to see the skeleton... it needed to be on the other side of the wall there. You don't want to put the skeleton in the range of the multi so it gets burned up quickly, but you wanted it to tank the Royal Champion. A little bit of a mistake there. Has to burn the freeze, but he does get the Royal Champion down. Monster Queen ability, and he still got it. He still got it. Super BLTX is now on track for a perfect war.
Against the former world champions. 4 attacks, 4 3-stars, and if Navi do not continue their 3-star streak themselves, then Super BLTX only need to 2-star in this final attack to knock them out of the competition.
Absolutely crazy, but not only that, but like Navi has such a high percentage. If they do get a defense, then they can quickly turn this around. Like if a defense is unlikely to get that close unless it's just a time build, just like what Gaku got. But this is a very, very intense match here, and they're both playing extremely, extremely well right now. And this is still anybody's game, but Navi, once again, with the pressure on, still with Kazuma and Klaus to go in and close that war. But they are definitely some of the strongest closers in all of Clash of Clans esports. They can definitely handle this pressure. They've done it time and time again, and they just need to do it one more time right here.
Yeah, it's difficult to understand what they must be going through. You can have clan wars at home, you can even have the community tournaments and the qualifiers, but nothing quite compares to being in the live studio environment with everybody watching you, cheering, the lights, the cameras. There's so much more to it. So let's see if Navi can continue with their next attack.
Of the Queen charge, well known for what he can do with this attack here. Nearly flawless in almost every play that he makes. Let's see if he can make that happen, though. He's got a battle drill. He's got 30 super barbarians going heavy on the super wall breakers as he gets ready for what would have to be a very, very deep push in this base here. But I have to wonder, with that many super wall breakers, does he intend to push his Queen from one side of the base of the Eagle Artillery start all the way across to the Town Hall? Definitely a possibility here with what he typically does, and I can see him doing that. But I guess we'll find out here as he sets up down south. He's already got something set up there to funnel maybe the King into the Multi-Inferno down with the Royal Champion. Notice how the Royal Champion pad down the bottom compartment is touching the walls next to that Multi-Inferno. So that the Royal Champion will jump the wall, but he's not going to rely on that. He goes in and puts a skeleton spell down south. Maybe could have waited till the Royal Champion jumps the wall. That's a very, very good thing right there. But the Warden and the King go in together, wall break the Queen, more funnel on the side of the Queen, and we'll try to drive her to the wall break.
Yeah, beautiful wall break for the Queen, waiting until the Expo in that compartment was down so that he could best manage those. He's got to mitigate damage on both sides here as the CC splits. A couple go across to the Queen, couple comes down to the King. What are you seeing here, Eric?
The battle drill. He used the battle drill to create the pathing for the King. It popped open and it actually broke all the walls open, so we didn't have the wall break there. Very, very creative push right there, but now he needs to get this town hall secured. He starts to make his approach into his... Okay, Healers, they're okay.
They just took one, they're not okay yet.
More
they're
traps.
not okay yet. I
Watch
think
that
the Queen ability's going, but...
Yeah, he's going to lose the Healers here. The Queen is going to go down soon, and he needs to secure the Town Hall takedown. Guys, this is trouble here for Kazuma. Hold it together. He's still going to defend the Queen in the backside of the base. He's sitting on a couple spells. He's got a lot of super barbarians left here. This is a very, very tense moment. Kazuma needs to be able to sustain this world champion. She takes the Town Hall down, but she's going to take the blast. She's dropping. Guys, this is not looking too hot. Kazuma's in trouble.
He needed the King and Royal Champion to move up to this top section. That's why he was waiting to reinforce with the Super Barbarians. And you talked about percentage, Eric, but this is the the scatter shot hit those troops before he even got the invisibility spell in.
Wow.
An 88% 2-star, which means for Navi to have any opportunity, this next attack needs to go extremely wrong. Extremely wrong for Super BLTX.
Yeah, it looks like what counting 16 buildings behind right now. 16 buildings, I think. So, yeah, all right, well, there's no delay here. Let's get in the next attack here, and let's see what happens if they can lock in this win.
Stars required to knock the current world champions out of this year's competition. Starts with the giant attack. Headhunters to nicely take out this King. We've seen this with the attack from WEED just before this. Quickly using a couple of troops, get the enemy King, a little bit of funneling, got the rocket balloons. That town hall is well protected. He needs to guarantee to get that, and we've got the battle blimp flying in. Once he's got this town hall secured, it's looking good after that.
Watch for traps, watch for traps. I'm looking at the ground there. I'm seeing nothing going off on these super archers. The area is clear. He gets the monolith. He's stuck on the ice golems potentially here. Oh, the scatter's on him! There's a chance! There's a chance!
Oh my word!
Okay,
he had it under control, and he missed the invisibility. You've got to have that counting to 4 down. This is huge. This is what Navi needed. He's got to get rid of these CC troops, create the pathing, get into that town hall. Forget about the 3-star. 50% 2 is all he needs.
Gotta get the town hall, but he destroyed a handful of buildings around it, so he has nothing for his troops to lock onto. He has to approach it from the top side and get his heroes in there. He's trying to break the funnel there, but the funnel was not very well established because the super archers lost their value. He swarms the defensive Queen. He's got Header, he's got ice golems. Queen deploys at the very top of the base there, but she needs to go into the town hall. He's making her way in right there. He's keeping it under control. He's keeping his cool. That's what you gotta do in this situation. You cannot panic. You have to make sure that town hall goes down absolutely no matter what.
The good thing about the super archers, it didn't fail straight away. He got a couple of invisibilities, so he managed to get some defenses down, which does give the Queen clear pathing to that town hall. She's locked on. She's got the ability. We're on 45%, Eric. We're nearly there. He can cheer in any moment. 50% 2-star. Super BLTX are winning this war.
At a minimum, 14 stars. And they do officially defeat Navi, our former world champions, in this match here. And that means they are in the top 3 in the world right now. All the stands of the last 2 teams that are going to be sitting in the upper bracket. They'll send somebody down for them to face, but there's only a couple rounds left until we crown a world champion, and one more team is knocked out of the competition.
I have to say, I love that 7 is continuing to attack it. It doesn't know whether he's going to need this focus with the final troops in the next matches. Even though he'd won knew he did everything, he was still trying to use the wall breaks at the end there to get any extra percentage. Stay focused. They can breathe a sigh of relief. This was the match that they needed to come out swinging on top form, and they have done that. What a performance.
Yeah, 14 stars is nothing short of impressive here. And when things go that horribly wrong on that Super Arch move, you know it's high risk, high reward.
Yep.
And you just got to keep your cool. And it's not easy to keep your cool when you're literally watching by tens of thousands of people live. Like that's not an easy thing to do. It's an enormous amount of pressure, but he keeps his cool. And now we get to see Navi's final attack as they walk away from this World Championship.
Nobody can take the legendary status away from Navi, especially Klaus, the man, the myth, the legend, finishing off for us with... is he going with a blimp himself?
He's got enough for a Skelly Donut. He's got Sneaky Goblins, a single healer. So he's going to start off with the Clan Castle and the Monolith takedown. And a lot of times when we see him do this attack here, we see that one healer on the Queen, and he calculates it out exactly perfect to try to make sure that that's the only healing that he needs there to get the Queen to her target there, trying to figure out if that's a better way to get it. Yeah, he's going to miss that Monolith. That's going to definitely hurt him there, especially if he wants the Queen to go to the Town Hall. But I would really like to see Navi still hit 13 stars in his match here. So if anybody can recover after Skelly Donut miss, then it is Klaus. And the CC takedown is more important than the Monolith. The Monolith is really nice there, but it's more about just making sure the defensive Clan Castle troops do not deploy and distract your heroes while they take their primary targets. And I don't think that Monolith will ever lock on to his Queen as she makes her way forward to the Town Hall. So is this going to be a little bit of a nuisance for the Lalo?
Yeah, a little bit early on the initial headhunters there. Enemy Queen now engaging the attacking King, and I don't think he's going to get through. He might, I mean, he's reinforced with the Royal Champion. She's now trying to get the Expo. He's not going to get the scatter shot and too much more value unless Diggy can massively help out here.
He's got an extra visibility here. He can use it on the World Champion, but he might want it for the Queen. Hard to say here. Queen about to engage the defensive King, and he's got these Sneaky Goblins that he started to test into the Town Hall, but they're still going off to the right there and goes over to the storage. Now he's got the pathing to get the Sneaky Goblins to lock on the Town Hall. One to test, gets the traps out of the way, and it looks like he is now clear to go in, but he just lost his Queen. And the question is, did she get the value he's looking for? Even the healer stepping in to make sure that Town Hall goes down. And a freeze as well. Okay, he does secure the Town Hall, but he burned a lot of resources right now. And now, as they make their final push here, he tries to get Navi to 13 stars and end on a high note in their World Championship. But remember that Navi is going to place 4th, and that means that is still a very, very solid performance out of this team. Making it to this stage in the first place, and it's just, this shows you with the caliber of teams that are still remaining how amazing Super BLTX is playing this morning.
Absolutely, and especially the entertainment that Navi has given us throughout the first couple of days. The match versus Tribe yesterday had everyone on the edge of their seats. Now, I was thinking he's been struggling a lot during this attack, and it looked relatively good there until that scatter, or not relatively good, but relatively good to get a good percentage anyway before that scatter shot wrecked the rest of his balloons. So he'll climb up towards 80%. Sometimes when things go wrong at the start, there's very limited possibilities you have. Some armies are better to adapt than others.
Yeah.
He's got the 2-star. He's just watching the rest of the troops go out, and I think whilst Navi will obviously be frustrated, they can leave here with their heads held high. Let's give it up for Navi. Round of applause, everybody, because they have been brilliant this weekend, and they've certainly given us lots of entertaining attacks to enjoy.
But more importantly, give it up for your winners of this lower bracket match. Super BLTX, 14 stars on the board, and they take down the former world champions. A massive win here for the Chinese team, and they definitely show that they are one of the best teams in the world, and they deserve 1000% to be here today.
Absolutely. They have won the last 2 matches they've had. Strut yesterday, and then the match there with Navi. Convincingly incredible performance. Just astonishing gameplay on attack and defense. And we are joined with Itsu up here. I can't wait to hear what you thought of that matchup, my friend, because I think everybody is just blown away.
I mean, that was a huge upset, I feel like, for a lot of people. We have seen the percentages, like what the community thinks, who is going to make it to the final match and who's going to become the world champion again. It was over 50% believing in Navi, and there were not that many people believing into Super BLTX. So really, really impressive performance. And I think at this point, I just want to hear it from the players and see what they think about that match, what went wrong and what went right, if there was even anything going wrong. But let's hear from the players.
Congratulations, Super BLTX, on your victory. Oh my. What was your thoughts on defeating the defending world champions?
非常恭喜在这一场取得胜利，击败一个卫冕世界冠军，感觉怎么样？
很激动，很紧张。
Very excited, very stressed.
I'm sure you were. Wei, I know you were the world's MVP, the very first world's MVP back in 2019. How has that experience helped make it back to this world championship?
喂，你是部落冲突第1届总决赛的最佳选手。这一次经历中，你学到了些什么，帮你回到锦标赛的舞台上？
又能回到金票赛的舞台，很兴奋。然后这次我带了更强的队友，所以说很有信心。
这句话应该我来说。
Yeah, I'm very happy that I was able to be back, and this time I brought with my more fierce teammates.
Absolutely incredible. And everyone here and watching at home has been so impressed with your attacks. And will we see any new attacks in future matches?
你们的攻击攻略对所有的观众带来了很深刻的印象。你们还有新的一种打法吗？有秘诀吗？
必须的。
Of course.
Of course, indeed. So you do not want to miss those future matches. We're going to see some surprises coming in from Super BLTX. But let's go ahead and send it up back to the desk.
Well, we will have to wait and see. He's not lying either, because they talked about having secret strategies yesterday, and they revealed a couple there today. The Electron, the Super Bowler Blimp, they certainly utilized those to their success. And maybe they even have more hidden, like he said, or maybe it's a mind game at this point, Eric, who knows?
Oh yeah, they're busting out all kinds of tricks there, but I want to point out that now with Navi eliminated, out of all the 15 players that are still left in the competition, only one of them has an opportunity to get a double world championship title. And there's no one in all of Clash of Clans esports that has 2 world championship titles. So Wei has a big opportunity if they can continue to play from that lower bracket, and he could be the first to be able to claim that.
Wow. Interesting stat indeed. Everyone will be certainly trying to figure out whether that is the case, and that's why he's the MVP, right? He was the MVP of the 2019 World Championships. I think any of their players could have been MVP there, to be fair, because they all really did well, and that's what Wei was talking about a little bit there in the interview as well. But I know, Itsu, you were watching that match. There were so many good attacks, and you're kindly going to break one down for us.
That's right. I think we should jump just into the first take, how everything started. So, we had the Electron. You guys talked about it, because what is the crucial thing? It just takes down the key things in the space, which is everything around that tunnel. We slowly increase the box, but you can tell everything around that tunnel is going to be gone. The monolith, then obviously the tunnel itself, the clan castle, and what this does, it creates really good pathing, because if we just imagine everything at this bottom side is gone, there is is a really clear pathing then for the Super Dragons around this top side. And the best thing about this is take a look at how long he can delay the warden ability, because the Rage Tower, the first one, got triggered early on. What this does is you don't need the warden ability early on to protect versus scatter shots, because this is where they're so strong. And now heroes are funneling, everything looking good. We have the heroes on this right side of the line, and then on the left side we have the Super Dragons slowly making their way through. And this is what I think is so important, and a lot of people don't really do that correctly. He's not rushing. At this point he knows there's not much damage on his troops, which means raging is not anything which he needs to do anyways. And as the troops are splitting, like as the troops are going into different directions, this is where he uses the warden ability perfectly. Everything spreads out, and this means that his heroes then can finish off the base in the end with great support of those Super Dragons. And that, to me, was an incredible start into this match, and really showcasing that they were able to use the correct strategies versus the correct bases, which I think is such an important thing at the moment. It's not about like getting super creative, but if you have a repertoire of like, let's say 3 strategies you are and your team using mainly, make sure that you pick the right bases. And with the town or compartment set up like that, I think was the best possible strategy and a really good start for their match.
What I would say to that as well, even just hearing you break it down, is that even with a strategy that people might think is relatively straightforward, just dragons, there's so much complexity that goes into whether it's timing the abilities, the spells, just everything that takes it to that next level. And that's why the teams deserve to be here. You can pick strategies that aren't complex and still make sure to add the skillfulness that you have to them. Fantastic job to Super BLTX, but we do have an interview with Darian and creator Coco.
Hello, Clash Fest. I am joined by one of Clash of Clans content creators, Coco. Ever lovely to see you here. Anything going on today?
Oh, there's just so much going on. It's amazing to be here. The crowd is ecstatic. I'm just so glad to be here.
So how's Clash Fest been going for you?
Oh, it's amazing. Like being able to catch up with everyone, because as a content creator, you work with so many people, but you're so far away, and being able to actually see people's faces and actually get to know one another, it's just out of this world.
Has anything about Clash Fest in these matches been absolutely surprising to you, you didn't expect?
I mean, there's been a few surprises here and there. I mean, some of the fan favorites, it's so heartbreaking to see them go down, but it's just a time to shine for those underdogs.
Well, one last question. Is there anywhere people watching at home can find you and your channels?
Well, I'm pretty much on every social media platform as Coco22TV, and when I'm live streaming next, I hope to see you there.
Thank you, Coco. And for those watching at home, I did promise we'd have one giveaway today, so this is for you guys. Post your predictions on who you think the final 2 will be, and you can win my little buddy here. So use the hashtags ClashFest, Clash Esports, and Clash Worlds. Post on who you think the final 2 will be. I'll pick a winner towards the end of the day, and you can win this giant plushie. Over back to you, Carbon.
It is time for the upper bracket finals. Let's go and hear it for our 2 teams. The winner will advance to the grand finals. We will have Repotted Gaming and Clash Champs.
The 2 undefeated teams that meet in the upper bracket. And now we cannot wait. This is definitely one of the highlight matches. None of those teams have yet been defeated, but one will be after that match, Itsu.
That's right, I'm super excited for this match because the last 2 undefeated matches, as you rightly said, and both teams, I feel like, have their own strengths and weaknesses. Clash Champs, I mean, they have the power of the crowd behind them, and they are just so good on offense. but the defense for Reported Gaming holding strong. So seeing those two like incredible teams clash is going to be amazing. With taking a look at the stats of Reported Gaming first.
Yeah, we have Timtastic, Emir, Mac, General X, and Teamper here for the team, and yeah, they are really rocking some high stats there. But you're right, their strength, the thing that they're known for, is especially the defense as well. And they were able to hold back Strut, a former world champion, and Navi, the reigning world champion as well. But here we have Clash Champs lineup.
That's right, we have Seleno, Leo, Picastro, Pato, and Loop going in for Clash Champs, and I mean, they are just so good at the game, and I feel like especially some teams are just performing better on stage, and I feel like this is what exactly is happening with Clash Champs. I feel like at this point we have to give a huge out to the audience as well, because I feel like it's the audience buff for them.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's hear it. Where are the Clash Champs fans in the arena? Oh yes, we can hear them here in Helsinki, Finland, in our beautiful arena. It's going to be crazy, and the hit rate so far of them has been insane. So let's take a look at what you guys at home think. So it's a whopping 61% in favor of Clash Champs, but I was actually expecting even more.
Yeah, I think overall a lot of people saying Clash Champs is for sure the favorite, because it's always the question, how many bases does Reported have prepared?
Yeah, that is the big question. So why don't we find out, as the first attack is ready to go.
And this epic showdown is starting things off with Clash Champs, starting with a Lalo attack. We have a Skelly, Bad Donut for an Inferno Tower, Clan Castle. Then a couple of bats went to the bomb tower. I don't think that's the main target. Multi-Inferno Tower is going down, and the Clan Castle going next.
Yeah, that's right, and it really is an epic battle, as Picastro is the player from Clash Champs that has been rocking the highest offense stats throughout the year. While on the other hand, General X is the main base builder for Reported Gaming, so I'm sure that he is running one of their strongest bases, and also one that they have specifically prepared for this opponent. But the question is, have they prepared it for this specific attacker as well? So far, the entry that Picastro is choosing here is looking quite good, as the Monolith has been tanked for a long time.
That's right, but the King, oh wait, the King is going to the wrong compartment. The King was supposed to get that scatter, and the Queen at least is going for the tower. That is good news. Bad news though is that defending Queen staying up, and the Jade Trap is not making things any better.
No, that's right. I mean, the Town Hall is down, as he said. That is the good thing, but this King now getting stuck in this opponent. He didn't get any of the value Picastro intended. So this 12 o'clock compartment he is going to have to finish in the end of his attack, as he's coming in with the Lalo from the 6 o'clock side.
That's right, and we have just talked about how important it is to sometimes approach your attack slow. But with having a back and reloading Rage Tower, I'm not sure if slow is the best thing to do.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. But I feel like these, like, I don't really think that the players take that into account, because the time that it needs to recharge there, I think he can barely make it with a Lalo through a whole base to do that. But apart from the Rage Tower, the defenses themselves, especially the enemy Queen, look quite scary anyways. But now he's making his way into this final compartment, and you're right, so far the Rage Tower has not been recharged, so maybe he can take it down. Yes, it goes down, so I think he's overwhelming the rest of the base. He can do it, sending in a couple more balloons to the air defense, and it is done! Picastro takes out General X's base, and they start off with a triple.
What an incredible attack, and what makes it even more mind-blowing was the last freeze. Freezing the Multi-Inferno Tower and the Rage Tower, and giving him this few couple of really important seconds. Rage Tower not able to shoot again, and this means he's getting that first 3-star for his team. And so far, with Clash Champs starting with a 3-star, let's call it this way, their success rate was pretty good in this tournament so far, and we have them doing exactly that yet again.
Yeah, and we can hear the fans cheering here. That's exactly what they were expecting and hoping to see from Picastro, the first player for Clash Champs. And you know, they stick to what they have been doing so far, as we see the post sets here. So far they have had 10 attacks in this tournament, 9 of them were 3-stars, and this now was the next 3-star to that list.
That's right, it is just really, really strong what their offense is looking like so far. But we know Reported is good on defense. Can they keep up with the offense of Clash Champs? This is the big question. Most of you said that Clash Champs being the favorite. So the question is it going to happen? Let's find out.
And once again, it's going to be Emir kicking things off for Reported Gaming. And he's coming in with 2 clone spells. That means that he's going to use either an Super Archer Blimp or a Super Minion Blimp. Does any compartment stick out to you, Itsu, that could be where he wants to send this Blimp?
I mean, as I'm seeing the first warning, the first side of the warning getting prepared, I would guess that he's trying to land on top of the Eagle or in the Rage Tower area, one of those two. He's even investing a double freeze because he says, this blimp is getting so much. Okay, well, even with the, it's a Super Minion blimp and not the Super Ashes, which we would have expected.
Yeah, that is insane. He was a slight bit late with the first invis, so let's hope he improves on that. But the value so far, I mean, it's quite good, but he definitely needs those 2 multi-infernos. So let's see if he freezes in time. He also wants that Eagle Artillery. Okay, so he chooses to freeze between them. Has a couple of Super Millions on low health, but can they get the multi-inferno? No, they are distracted by the CC as well. But on the good side, he has triggered that Rage Tower.
That's right, but again, it is reloading. At this right side, we have the 2 X-bows, possibly raged up with that tower nearby. The Titan is doing quick work of those defending headhunters with the King now closing in. And he has to make sure that he's going all the way to the tower with this push. And he still needs an answer for this right side, where I feel like those 2 tests are messing things up because he has saved 4 loons. They can't really be used there now.
Yeah, that's exactly what I thought too. It seemed like there would only be ground defenses, or mostly ground defenses there in the area where he started his attack in, but now the testers are messing things up for sure. Now let's see if he can get the Town Hall down, because at that point that is the most important, most crucial thing to do. Might have to use the King ability. There it goes. King plus Raged Up Barbarians shooting away at the Town Hall, and it goes down indeed. Now has to get through this Monolith hopefully, but at the same time things are going crazy at the right side, but the loons are already down.
That's right, but he only sent in 2 of those loons, which means, well, maybe he can still support his troops there. The Town of Poison is still up, so the Queen is about to enter that kind of danger zone with the multi-inferno tower staying up. What? Yeah, Rage Up X-bows are completely fine. What was that?
Where did that damage come from? I think it was actually the crossbow shots, but I think he used the 2 balloons also to trigger the Rage Tower, but now the Rage Tower has run out, but still the Royal Champion had to run into the enemy King. So especially with that Queen ability, or Queen die. Yeah, well, 4 Skelly Traps, that's no good news for a Royal Champion.
Oh my god, they're having a party right there. So many skeletons got invited and that Royal Champ has not get the memo. That is really unfortunate for her because she is going down, and technically that is going to be below 90% in Clash Champs, claiming that early lead.
Yeah, they went trick-or-treating on that Royal Champion hard, and Emir is falling short. And as the time is running out, so are his troops. An 88% 2-star is where he finishes, which gives Clash Champs the lead after attack number 1.
That's right, 1-star and percentage is everything what Clash Champs had, and that was just the first attack. And can they keep going? Because this is what I feel like made them so strong in those matches so far. They were most of the time, I think, the first team to attack, which means if you can put up this pressure on this stage to the other team, it just feels like so hard to somehow be on the other side, because the only thing what you can do is only always tie your opponent up, and they always take the lead.
Yeah, that's right. And of course the momentum, the pressure on the stage, and all of that plays a role for these players as well, even though they are both World Championship experienced teams. But I think that the answer to who will win really lies in the base designs here. Reported Gaming have been held down a couple of times, but still made it on defense. So let's see if they can hold down Clash Champs as they're ready for their next attack.
Champs is in, and we have the next attack. It seems like yet again Clash Champs are going for Lalo. We still know Lalo is just so good in the hands of the pros, and there's only a few of those top teams still consistently use it. But they make this tech just look so easy when we all know it is clearly not. A couple of moves to trigger that Rage Tower early on is massive for him, as those Rage effects are slowly running out. And we have just seen the other attack, how strong Rage Up defenses can be, with even taking down Queens through her ability.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting to see if maybe Reported Gaming have predicted this specific entry. There's a Tesla popping already, but so far no skeleton traps. Maybe there will be some in the multi-compartment to make sure that this king doesn't get any additional value, but we have to wait and see where it passes. At the same time, the log launcher is opening pretty much all of the walls, maybe one more log shot, and yes, all the walls are down, but there is a tornado trap, and that will slow down this king push a little bit.
That's right, and troops are getting rotated away from the Rage Tower, so the Rage Tower for now stays alive. Yeti might take it down. Queen, with her ability, take down the defending Royal Champ. His own Royal Champ is on the charge as well, taking down the Scatter next. And that skeleton spell is going to protect his heroes from the dangerous Monolith on defense.
That's right, and I think that he still had enough value there with his heroes and is now going into the Town Hall. But this seems to be the heavily trapped compartment with a Tesla farm inside. At the same time, Royal Champion, can she take out the Monolith? No, but the Balloon can. Warden ability has already found the Tornado Trap already on in the attack, so cannot find it here anymore. And as he comes into the last compartment, this looks like the next phenomenal, overwhelming Lalo attack from the Clash Champs. Patolino, with more than 1 minute on the clock, has done it again.
It is just so impressive. Everyone at home who has ever tried a Lalo attack, you know how hard it is, but they just make things look so easy. And take a look at that, Maxi. They have predicted a hero dive, but instead, Clash Champs switching it up. First attack was a Town Hall dive. Second attack, Town Hall far side. And they have predicted the exact wrong side base building wise. And those ground skeletons did nothing compared, for example, to the attack of Reported, where the base builder baited the Royal Champ completely.
That's right, on the negative side. On the positive side, though, if I were Reported Gaming, I would now say, okay, we actually predicted the right approaches to the bases. It's just that on both bases, they decided the opposite way, because you can never protect any approach, any entry into a base. But they had, like, the general idea for Reported Gaming was good. So they can hope that at another try for Clash Champs, they will have predicted the right entry.
That's right, but at the same time, they need to now deliver on offense, because at this point, Clash Champs, 2 attacks in, 2 3-stars already, and this is now Reported's time to shine. Can they make it? Let's find out.
Thumbs up and claps to the audience from General X, our next attacker coming in for Reported Gaming, and he's bringing 2 clone spells once more. It's another diamond-shaped base, so let's see if he comes in with the same approach. Warden ability with a couple of loons into the Eagle, sending in a blimp into a central compartment. So far, yeah, the rocket balloons come in, and he's probably going to come in with another super minion blimp, I think, at this point.
Yeah, it looks like it. The good thing about the Super Minion Blimp is they typically need less spells, so he can invest this double freeze. But is the Blimp quick enough? The Sweeper is not quick enough, and this means the Super Minions are getting close to those multi-inferno towers. They're now all about taking down everything. But wait a second, the Sweepers pushing the Super Minions out of the town, like out of the invisibility. But has he gotten all the value he was looking for? Because Builder had Inferno Tower, quite a few defenses left standing.
That's right, and this time he didn't want to get as far into the base as last time, but I still feel like he did not get the value he wanted. Exactly as you pointed out, the Super Minions got pushed back a little bit, and also some of them followed some Clan Castle troops there that were pulled earlier on. Luckily, the Rage Spell Tower was activated, so now his hero push does not have to face it as they come into this scatter shot compartment. But really, it seems like so far, Clash Champs have kind of predicted these entries in a way. I don't really know how, but the Tesla farms there around the Eagle compartment were always perfect to distract the super minions.
I feel like just with those Rage Tower setups, this is what Reported then felt like is the best counter to that. But so far, I'm not sure if it's invaded or if it's just that the entries are not working, because the Sweeper, they have not baited that. The Sweeper was just there and not flying far enough into the base. But can those heroes now get the value around the tunnel as they're slowly charging in? Expo is next, but the tunnel is still around that corner. And the Queen, is she going for the gold storage? Yes, she is. And that is massive for him.
That really is, and so was that the Electro Titan with the help of the Phoenix popped the Hound, so the Electro Titan's aura could actually take out all the lava pups at once. Now the Town Hall takedown is secured with that Queen ability used in time, but there's still so much base left standing, and also General X's time is running out. Only 45 seconds for more than 30% of the base. We know that Super Barbarians are quick to take out buildings on the outside, but they have a hard time to get into the base, and the Clash Champs fans are cheering for the defense here, and we see that General X is not happy about this, and this could be a colossal defense for Clash Champs going into the remainder of this match.
I feel like it's always the same thing. On the back end, there are those skeleton traps, and they are really messing up with the Royal Champs of Reported. Such a good base building right there from Clash Champs, and keeping Reported still far away from their only even first 3-star.
That's right, so we keep on talking about Reported Gaming's defense here, and their skills are there without any question, everyone knows that, but at the same time Clash Champs have held back Tribe Gaming to 13 stars and Super BLTX to a 12-star defense, so that means that their bases have also proven to be incredibly strong, and yeah, they're proving it time and time again, just now against the Reported Gaming players.
That's right, but we just hear word that the next attacker is ready, and that's from Clash Champs. So let's take a look if they can get their third 3-star. We see the attacker getting ready. This time around, Mac is the defender. And we see another Lalo attack. At this point, Clash Champ just says, hey, you can try to test our Lalo, we are just better at those hero dives. And so far, they were so right with this. We have the first couple of lightnings hitting that Inferno Tower and taking the first out of 3 Inferno Towers down.
But we already found 2 Teslas as well. That means that the entry into this compartment could have been predicted. And if Reported Gaming stacked their Skelly spells there like in the bases before, there could be 2, 3 or even 4 Skelly traps awaiting Leo's heroes there. So let's see how the push can go, as his king is already getting a lot of fire early on.
That's right, and there's exactly the skeleton trap you were talking about. The Queen is getting lured into that compartment as well. That is not the plan. The Queen was supposed to get the Town Hall. And depending on how good he can react, this is now the question. I mean, yes, this entry was baited. Because take a look at that. 3 out of 4 skeleton traps have been triggered, I think, or even already 4. And now he has to somehow turn this around.
Wow, and Rage Trap defense is shooting away at the Queen. That killed her off so quickly, so I wonder what he's trying to achieve with this Royal Champion now. Maybe he just wants to go around the Town Hall and then later on use the Stone Slammer that he's already chosen there down at the Troop Bar to take out the Town Hall. But there are also more Teslas, maybe even Red Mines or Black Mines. That's why he's sending in a balloon and a second balloon as well to tank for those. Yeah, well, the baby dragon was able to lure actually 2 Seeking Air Mines. The king is still alive, but that's no problem for the Stone Slammer. And because the Expo is right next to the Town Hall, it also would have activated the Town Hall by itself. But at the same time, Leo's time is running out, so he has to start the Lalo, and that's what he's doing it so.
That's right, getting into that last scattered compartment into the last Rage Tower area, which is raging up quite a few defenses. The one Inferno Tower has been taken down early on, which means that at least not a threat anymore, and there comes the defensive Clan Castle. Triple Ice Golem, which is typically not the biggest threat to any balloon attack. And for now, this is looking like solid save. Like, what is going on here? We have the loons closing on onto the last compartment. We have the bomb tower going down next. And with that freeze, he is getting ready for another celebration, another 3-star. If that time is enough, the defending king is still up there, 30 seconds. And triple ice golem. Now everything comes down to how those troops split. At this point, you can see already player is just spectating, and I don't think he looks that happy because time is ticking in 20 seconds. I mean, those loons are no race cars, and I think this is going to finish in the time fail.
Yes, and that's exactly what Reported Gaming needed. It is also not the highest percentage. I mean, over 90, don't get me wrong, that's a great attack. It was a great effort by Leo, just the time holding him back from 3-starring the base, but it is close to the fails that Reported Gaming had. So they still have the hope of coming back into this war. But after we have seen 2 3-stars from Clash Champs in their first 2 attack, Reported Gaming really need to step up their game in that regard now.
That's right. We have the post-attack stats with 91%, and that's more percentage than both of the 2-star attacks we have seen from Reported, and they yet have to claim the first 3-star, and this is what they're here for. This next attack has a triple, otherwise this is spelling disaster for them in this match, as the pressure would be still on them, and they need to get rid of that, and they are next.
Fantastic, getting ready, and his attacks have been enjoyed by so many viewers, and that's why we hear some cheers in the audience as he's getting ready to drop his first troops on this attack that appears to be a Zap Lalo as well. So beat them with what they are bringing to the table as well. We see, interestingly, a poison spell tower, and more interestingly even, Tim takes it out early on, even though we know that rage towers are usually the strongest spell towers in the hands of those pros.
That's right, and we have heard already from the pros the last couple of days that apparently some player had activated the wrong bases and stuff, because if I remember correctly, this is one of the first couple of bases not using a double rage tower setup, and even it kind of looked like the build was switched with that spell tower, but Fantastic says, not with me, I would just take that out. As the Expo thinks the same thing about that attacking queen, because there is a lot of damage on that queen, and the value for that queen is limited. There goes the queen ability, and we see already him shaking his head. He is not happy with how things are going.
Yeah, I mean, the queen ability was timed perfectly, so she wouldn't die to all the lava puffs already spitting fire on her, but that also, okay, he really wants that value there, so he sends in a Valkyrie. The Unicorn is trying to negate the damage that the multi does, but then the Valkyrie gets sprung away. Wow, what is happening? It's not going Tim's way.
It is not indeed, and we have seen him over the last couple of days dominate with his attacks. Then we have the Ice Golem start with some Lalo troops. We have the Blimp now into the tunnel direction. The first Black Mine was countered with that Warden ability. There's still a lot of phase left, and he's going right into the first Rage Tower, the only Rage Tower.
Yeah, I think he might have wanted to take out that ground expo so he could send the Royal Champion for both of the remaining multi-infernos, but I think now he's just being patient and will send the Royal Champion from the right side as soon as that Rage Tower runs out. And I think that he can have a good chance there, because she will take on that ground power right away with the stun of the Diggy, but there are Skelly traps down there at the same time. The Lalo is thinning out at the top side, Itsu. This is not going his way still, and I don't think that he's got it. Look at the Royal Champion health being dropping, and she already uses her ability.
That's right, the traps of Clash Champs were just on point in this match. The scanner says no, those balloons do not get any further, and this looks like another defense for Clash Champs.
Yes, even the ground balls are still up, and they both do some deathly damage onto the Royal Champion. I think we can see that there's not much standing there. When we look at the air targeting defenses, there's just a Wizard Tower and one Scatter Shot with the two Builder Huts, who don't do that much damage, but the Royal Champion would have been a huge threat later on. So it was a bummer that he could not do what he intended with this attack, and it's going to be another 2-star in the 80s. That is definitely not what you need to overcome a offense-strong clan like Clash Champs.
That's right, and this means the fail, if you want to call it that way, of Clash Champs, the 2-star attack of Clash Champs, was still higher percentage-wise of every single 2-star attack of Repotted so far. Clash Champs in full control after 3 attacks each. They have a 2-star lead, and they're up next to put up even more pressure if they can climb another 3-star.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. We see the post-attack stats here, just 85%. I think it was a great plan once again, but unfortunately it was well predicted by the base builders from Clash Champs. So now the situation is as follows. If Clash Champs get another 3-star, that means that Repotted Gaming cannot get as many 3-stars as they already have anymore. So it would mean that Clash Champs only need a 2-star in the last remaining attack. So things are looking very, very well for them. So let's see what they can bring to the table.
And we have Loop in with the Super Dragons. We have a couple of invisibility spells. The question is it going to be a blimp near the Town Hall? And it looks like yes indeed. It's going to be super minions, or is it going to be another Electron? We will see. And we have, well, a Blizzard it looks like. We have not seen those too often. The Super Wizards inside that blimp making quick work of the Town Hall, of the Monolith, and even of the defending King with taking elephants out as well. I mean, that value is looking already great.
Yeah, the only thing he did not get was the Clan Castle troops lured out, but other than that, this value was insane. And given that you can easily defend, usually, these Super Wizard blimps, it shows that once again, Clash Champs chose an entry that Repotted Gaming were not expecting. So now, the reign of the Super Dragons is coming into play through this base, but 3 of them are already taking a little bit of a path towards the south side. Let's see if Loop can use a valuable Warden ability through the core of the base.
Oh no, this is not the worst playing castle for him. He has to face a lot of super minions, and those dragons are out of range of the Warden Aura or the Warden ability. There goes another freeze, so he's really good with those spells protecting the super dragons. And there comes the first hero, which is the Queen, to support the super dragons and push them back into the middle of the space.
Yeah, and even worse, they get out of the so their pathing changes, so they did not go to the multi-inferno anymore, even though Loop invested a free spell there. So far this attack is not looking as if it's going, you know, the way he planned it to be, but still the heroes are so strong, so they might be able to overpower what is left standing of that base.
Yeah, and it really depends again on those defending traps. Skeleton traps are just so good versus those attacking heroes, stalling them for so long. The offensive skeleton spell is trying to distract those defenses, but there we have these skeleton traps again on the back end. Royal Champ is kept busy, making sure that the Inferno Tower has a couple of more seconds of taking damage. First the Royal Champ versus Diggy and the attacking King. There goes the freeze. Can you still pull this through? Royal Champ and Queen ability is still left.
Yeah, what was very important here was that he took out the Rage Spell Tower just before it was able to recharge. So with the help of the Queen... Oh, I think he's got it. If time doesn't become an issue, the Queen has her ability left. That means she will be able to take out all the remaining defenses there at the bottom side. The question is, can the Royal Champion be taken out early enough by the defenses so she cannot deal any more damage? Because then there is too little damage for all of the buildings that are remaining.
And especially using the Queen ability early to spawn those additional archers to speed up every single second. This could make a difference in the end. Those archers, don't underestimate them. If you're spawning them, they can deal quite a bit of damage. You can see him not celebrating, but like going and talking with his teammates, but it's not going to be enough in the end. It's a defense, but yet again, such a high percentage defense.
That's right, and we could see, as Itsu pointed out, Selenio there over Loop's shoulder, doing some spotting there to maybe call him exactly that what you just pointed out, to use the Queen ability early, as there were no more defenses to take out that archers that helped him be quick, but it wasn't quick enough in the end. Just 3 buildings short of the maybe war-winning 3-star that leaves the door open just that tad bit that Repotted Gaming might need.
I mean, we appreciate that as viewers to have the match being interesting for a couple of more seconds, because now everything relies on Repotted. They have to still claim their first 3-star, and if they cannot do that with that next attack, it's pretty much the same as Clash Champs would have just 3-starred their last attack. So, Repotted, the eyes are on them. Can they 3-star? Can they get it done? Cameras on Mac. Is he going to be the next to attack? Is he going to have the faith in his hands for the team? We will find out because we're going into the next attack.
Mac is in with the Queen Charge Lalo. The attack order has basically been the same through most of the attacks that Reputed Gaming played, so we will see Teamper one more time last, but this is not going well. It's a wow. This entry is so trapped, so Mac loses his Queen ability early on. As I was still talking about the tech order, within the first 10 seconds, things went south so quickly, so we have to wait and see if he can still pull it off. The Black Mine there being pulled by the Coconut Bloom was nice, and now the Blimp can make it to the Town Hall. That is good, so maybe he can take that out in time, but that multi is already on the healer, so he decides to freeze, which I think was the right call.
That's right, and now it's getting taken care of those Yetis. Where can they go next? Can they roll even the Clan Castle? That would be great for him. But except losing the Queen ability, everything still looks okay, but on total 15, losing like a second life for your Queen can be problematic, especially if you're charging into those ranged up defenses. King is doing his thing, trying to tank for the Queen, the scatter, but the Queen is closing in onto the high damage area.
That's right. Luckily, so far, the King is still tanking the Expo and the scatter shot there that are raged up. But ooh, this Clan Castle with the rage up defense on her will be a big threat to her health. We cannot see it because the rocket balloons are on top of her. But she is running low. I'm sure he makes her invisible, and that was great because he also turns the Hound invisible. But can she do it? Scatter shot out in time? Yes, she can. But is he investing even more? Yes, he's investing a rage. Can pop the Hound, but there's still damage onto that Queen. Even the Eagle Artillery shooting away at her. He can keep her alive, but how long can he do it?
This is just crazy how he's keeping that Queen alive, but at this point, it's nearly no spells left. But this Expo has to go down at the top side because this would mean less damage on the Queen, but the Queen is down. And this is now all about the Lalo, or is it going to be the 4th defense for Clash Champs in a row?
Yeah, it seemed like he wanted to get extreme value out of that Queen, but the defenses were doing stupendous damage on her, and he didn't have a chance to keep her up. And then, like, he tried to concentrate on two things at the same time, and it just didn't work out as his Lalo did not get through the base. And we can see the disappointment in his face there at the bottom side, as he knows they have not reset in any single attack out of 4 attacks, while Clash Champs have already got 2 3-stars in the bag. So with just a 2-star closing it out, they can now secure the victory. So not the 3-star that they needed.
That's right, they had to get that 3-star. And yet again, another defense, percentage-wise, which is impressive. I mean, getting even a defense below 90% is a crazy accomplishment on this level. But Clash Champs has done this 4 times back to back to record it, and they are reading their minds, it looked like. And now Clash Champs, they have the chance to finish this match because they have their last attack then, well, happening really soon.
Yes, and even though we have talked about Reputed Gaming's defenses so much, we know, and we said it several times, their offense is usually very strong as well. So this is not how it usually goes for them. So once again, kudos to those bases that Clash Champs brought. And it seems like they have not been preparing for just 1 or 2 matches going into that tournament. They prepared to go through it all the way into the finals. And if they can get there, will be decided in this last attack that is ready now.
And we have the attack of Selenia with a lot of Super Barbarians. It looks like another Blimp, but because we see quite a few additional spells, it should be a Super Minion, maybe another Super Wizard Blimp. We will find out as the troops are slowly... Wait a second, that is a Super Ultra Blimp. I did not expect that one because where is he going to clone? Just on the same spot, but what exactly is the value he's looking for?
probably, at least the Monolith and the Ground Expo, but maybe even the Rage Tower if he can get it. And also the Clan Castle lure can come in handy later on in the attack. He doesn't get the Rage Tower, but Itsu at the same time he triggers it, so that means that its rage effect will run out in just a couple of seconds. And seeing the funnel troops on the right side, it seems that he wants to go into this right-hand multi-inferno compartment with his heroes in order to take out the defenses there and the enemy royal champion. So that Electro Titan was a great addition here, as it helped the queen take care of the lava pups after she was able to pop that lava hound. Now the royal champion is the next target, and after that it's the defenses within this compartment. This push is looking extremely strong so far. Seleniu has also invested a couple of super barbarians on the outside to keep his troops funneled in there, but look at that, he's got 4 super wall breakers in the mix as well.
Yeah, he has quite some things planned with those wall breakers. The first one is getting sent in to get that queen further into the core of the base. Wall break not happening perfect because this means the queen is locked out of that eagle compartment. The question now is, where's the next wall break happening? It's at the multi-inferno tower. There's more wall breaks coming in, but this queen now is completely separated from the main push, and there is giant bombs. Those wall breakers won't make it anywhere now.
That is not ideal indeed, but he's got the queen ability, he's got the royal champion ability, and with this building, he passes the 50% threshold, giving him the 2-star and getting Clash Champs the victory. So they are the first team moving on to the Grand Finals!
That's right, Clash Champs have done it, but can they push even further? I mean, at this point they are not happy with just the save 2, so they want to push it further. The Royal Champ with her ability and an invisibility spell and a free spell still left. Quite a few of those super barbarians can be still placed to support her. And take a look at that Warden. He's just saying, hey, 1 versus 1 me defenses, I would take on anyone.
Yeah, at this point, I don't. Okay, it seems like Seleniu, he's not celebrating yet. He's still concentrating, trying to get as far as possible. But the problem is he lost the Diggy, and that can be a huge problem because he cannot be able to have a freeze effect on that, or stun effect on that scatter shot. But that invisibility spell was placed perfectly. However, the troops do not get there to help out the Royal Champion in time. In fact, they are taken out, and he will fall short in the end. But honestly, it does not matter. We said it time and time again. A 2-star in a situation like that is worth more than any 3-star you will ever get. And that's why we hear the cheers all around for Clash Champs.
Clash Champs being the first team to make it to the Grand Finals in this year. We can see Clash Champs fans are celebrating in the arena. And this was just incredible, impressive from both of those teams. But can Reported get now their first 3-star? Because remember, Reported is in the upper bracket. This means they have to play another match later today, and finishing on a 3-star would be, at least momentum-wise, something nice for them. And it's their star player going last. Temper should go in, and he is ready.
Temper is ready indeed, and it's another Queen Charge Lalo, and it's a ring base. It's very interesting because that is the only ring base we have seen from Clash Champs, so they probably have expected a certain entry onto this base.
I am quite confused, to be honest, but hey, we have seen this setup of Rage Towers and defenses already in a lot of high legend bases, but not in this specific overall setup of a ring base. So it's more compact on this one. We have more of those anti-boulder walls in the core, but still, we have what makes this base so dangerous. It is the stacked defenses, and this queen loses her ability early on.
Yeah, once more a early ability that is being forced by the defenses, and that is quite unfortunate, especially because we know that Tipa is one of the best queen charge players out there with an insane hit rate over the year, and now his queen is not going the way he intended, I think, because she's stepping in the range of the Monolith most likely, and also having to take out these ice golems will take some time off the clock, while the rage spells he's using on his queen might be running out. And look at this, he's investing, because his goal is to take out the Town Hall eventually.
Yes, but in the process of keeping his queen alive, he turned her invisible. And this means the Expo locked onto the Flame Flinger. This Siege Machine not getting that much value. The queen now finally is on the Town Hall, should take it down, but is that going to be enough? The sweeper is pointing into the direction of his Lalo. The raged up area is still looking threatening, and this is going to be a really hard thing to overcome for the backhand.
I was just gonna say that I didn't like the rage spell he used on the queen. Then I thought for a second she would at least be able to take off the Eagle Artillery so it cannot shoot one more time, but she didn't, so it's all about that Lalo at the bottom side. But there are so many defenses, so many traps. Air bombs left and right, and a sweeper sweeping away those balloons. And look at this! There's no more Lalo left. He's trying to enforce a little bit from the outside with his balloons, but Clash Champs are going to hold back Repotted Gaming a 5th time, which leads to a 10-star war for them. Even Temper, one of the best queen chargers in the world, was not able to take their base down. Another 2-star in the 80s.
Yeah, but this is what confuses me so much. I mean, ring bases, pros are always, like they're saying, well, ring bases are easy with bowlers. Why don't you use bowlers on this one? I mean, it's just so compact. One rage up bowler will be taken down so much. But the queen shot, losing that ability early on, is a huge problem. And yet again, another defense below the 90%. Those bases were incredible of Clash Champs, and they are just looking so promising. Not only on offense, which has been their strong point, but their defense is just looking astonishing.
That's right, but at the same time, a battle for the ages is going on. A minion versus a builder hard healing, but we can see it. This builder is being eagerly working on that multi-mortar, so it's not even losing any health.
Use that hammer builder, use it a bit quicker, and yep, there goes the hammer again. Nice job.
Nice job, indeed. But yeah, in the end, that was just a little joking around. Of course, unfortunately, we have just a 2-star, and that means Clash Champs are the match winner. As I said before, they're moving on to the finals.
That's right, they're moving on to the finals, but we still have to find out who they are going to face in the finals. Is it going to be Repotted with a rematch, or is it going to be the big surprise of this tournament? Is it going to be BLCX, who were incredible over this tournament? Offense, defense, a big surprise I think to everyone, because not really a lot of people knew what we could expect from them. But I think the players are slowly getting ready at the bottom side. And I think this is why I want to hear from them if they have any voice left. So let's go to the stage.
First of all, fantastic job. I'm sure everybody appreciated that performance. How does it feel entering the finals from the upper bracket?
Bom, primeiro de tudo, lindo trabalho de vocês. Acho que todo mundo concorda com isso. Como vocês se sentem sendo a equipe entrando nas finais pela bracket de cima?
Sinto objetivo conquistado, né? Era isso nossa meta e vamos continuar até o final.
Well, I feel like the goal has been reached and we're gonna keep going like this till the end.
Indeed, I can feel the adrenaline and the nerves still kicking in there. Just to give people at home a bit of a sense as to how long you've been preparing for the opponents. How long has it taken you to prepare these bases?
Eu tô vendo que a adrenalina e a emoção tá aí. Só para dar um gostinho pro pessoal de casa, quanto tempo vocês passaram preparando as bases de vocês?
3 semanas. 3 semanas. A gente vem trabalhando duro nisso aí e bem dando certo. Vamos acreditar na final também.
We have been prepping for 3 weeks and we are hoping everything is gonna keep going well to prep for the finals as well.
Absolutely, so you can just get to appreciate the work that goes behind it. Finally, obviously not giving any secrets away, this question's very broad, but are you going to watch and enjoy the next match, or are you going to be fully focused out back ready for that final?
Uma última pergunta, sem falar muito o que vocês vão fazer, Mas nesse próximo jogo, agora, vocês vão ficar aqui assistindo ou vocês vão lá pro backstage para concentrar e focar pra final?
A gente vai se concentrar na final.
We are gonna concentrate and focus for the final backstage.
I expected it. You can see that when you guys are performing. Fantastic job. Best of luck with it. Everybody, give it up for your winners and the first grand finalists, Clash Champs!
Yes, very nice to hear from the captain Celinho here. And now we welcome a third caster up to our little caster tower here. It's Eric. Welcome, my man. How did you enjoy that last match?
Well, I was sitting right in the middle of all the Clash Champs fans there, hanging out with Aegis Stern. It was a wild amount of energy down there. So much support there for the team, and so much of backing from their org. They're definitely making sure that they have everything that they need, and so they can concentrate on these matches and just make sure that offense is top tier, which it definitely is.
Yeah, I mean, they just showcased so much skill over this tournament already, and I feel like they are really deserved in that grand final. We can see the stats again. Take a look at that. I mean, their offense, 96.4%, is for sure really strong. But to me, what stands out is just holding back to Reported to 83.6 average structure into 10 stars. This is mind-blowing to me. Really good job by them. And this means who's going to be the MVP? It is P. Castro with 29% of the votes.
Yeah, but that makes absolute sense as he has brought a staggering performance so far in this World Championship. But of course, all of the Clash Champs players have shown that so far. But as you guys at home are watching the World Championship as well, let's take a look at some social media posts that have been going out from you guys here. So here, for the very first one, we have Ayush09, and he is he finds the super minion blimps that are being used very interesting, but he has a certain prediction for the finals. He thinks that Clash Champs will be facing Super BLTX. But we also have another voice here, and that is going to be Akshat. What does he think?
I mean, we have, I think the final two will be Reported and Clash Champs, so we might have the rematch. I mean, that would be really cool as well, like storyline-wise. I would like to see that. And at the same time, 10 stars, maybe they have the revenge somehow, but that was really rough, I feel like.
Yeah, definitely the preparation of Clash Champs definitely shining on that one, and holding a team like Rapata to 10 stars is nothing short of impressive. But even Clash Champs had a little bit lower offense on that one. They got a lot of high percentages, but typically they've been putting up more than 12 stars themselves. So that was actually a really defensive war right there, but just way more defensive on the Clash Champs side. But yeah, that hit to the confidence as they go into the next match here is going to be a big deal, especially when you look at Super BLTX and they're coming off of multiple 14-star wars, just took down Na'Vi in the round before this. Like, they are running hot right now, and the swing in confidence is definitely going to, I guess, mentally affect them in that lower bracket as we play through this final elimination match before we go to the grand finals.
Yeah, and here we can see how things are looking at the moment in our bracket. We are now in the lower finals, guys, on the very bottom right, with match number 13. That's going to be the next one. Super BLTX facing Reported Gaming. But Clash Champs, they are waiting fiercely in the grand finals with their bases. Now, I wonder if they were facing Reported, if they have prepared more than 5 bases for each opponent or not. So that might be a problem later on. We might even see some reruns maybe. So like the mind games about the bases is really going on. But I like what Eric was saying there. The confidence that Super BLTX after their performance must have going into that Reported match is insane. But on the other hand, Reported, they're not feeling too well after 10 stars. How would you go with that on work with that pressure now that's on you if you hadn't performed that well, Itsu?
I mean, I feel like at this point they just have to reset completely, say, well, that was one match. It's going on. We have used our tournament live, kinda. But this means we have the second live in a double elimination bracket, which means that they can then, well, reset and have their second chance versus the Super BLTX. But I think we want to hear a little bit more from Darian because he is standing by. Let's throw there.
So I'm joined by the team captain of Na'Vi, Gaku. And for everybody watching, you know what? These guys put on a tremendous war. Let's give Team Navi a round of applause. Come on, let's show them some love for an awesome job. What many don't realize is how much pressure these players are under, and they have to make split-second decisions. So with that in mind, Gaku, is there anything that you would have done differently in your war against BLTX?
視聴者や観客が分からないところがあると思うんですけれども、ステージ上で対戦するのはすごくプレッシャーを与えると思うんですが、今はちょっと落ち着いて振り返るともっとうまくできることがありましたかと思いますか？
そうですね、僕たちは5年連続で世界大会にも出てますし、そういった緊張は他のチームよりはなかったと思うので、ただシンプルに相手の防衛と攻撃が強かっただけだと思います。
So we've been on this stage for 5 years in a row, so I don't think we really feel as much pressure as the other teams. So basically, like easily speaking, we should have been just better both in offense and defense, and our opponent was like super good at both of those aspects.
Well, speaking of your opponent, was there anything about their attacks or defense that actually surprised you that was unexpected?
相手のことといえば、なんか相手の攻撃や防衛のことは驚いたところがありましたか？
彼らは Day1 では全く同じ攻めを5個やってきたんですけども、 Day2 だったり Day3 ではまた別の編成をしてきたので、僕らがそれに対応できていなかったのだと思います。
So our opponents were running the same strategy throughout the Day1, but then in Day2, Day3 they showed something completely different. So we really just couldn't anticipate that and couldn't prepare for that correctly.
And one last question. Do you have anything for your fans and viewers at home?
じゃあファンの皆さんのための一言の挨拶をお願いします。
いつも応援していただきありがとうございます。今年の結果には全然満足しておらず、また来年強くなって帰ってくるので、来年もよろしくお願いします。
So thank you all for your ongoing support. Unfortunately, this year we couldn't give you the results we anticipated. We're not satisfied with that, but we're gonna come back next year stronger. So please cheer us on.
Thank you very much. And even though Navi is going home, in our hearts, they are still champions. And make sure you stay tuned for later on. We've got an extra special interview and possibly a little surprise for you. Back to you guys.
Yes. We also want to say our commiserations to Navi and give a little round of applause for them. They did great. They showed some amazing attacks here, and their performance was really good. They could only, be stopped with very, very high scoring wars here today. But before we get into a next attack breakdown, let's take a look at another very nice social media post so we can see how you guys at home are actually enjoying the show. We have 2 guys here from Italy that are watching the show and enjoying it. They are watching our local language casters from Italy. So that is really nice to see, and so you can see from this bag they have it's a Clash Fest logo on it, so it seems that they have been here in Helsinki last year.
That's right, they have been here last year, knowing how crazy it is with the live audience, everyone getting ready. So make sure that you keep those social media posts coming so we can check them out on the stream. But I think Eric is already itching your fingers. I know that you, I know that you want to break down an attack. So go ahead.
All right, I want to take a look back at Pete Castro's attack here, because Pete Castro just kind of sets the tone for the wars. Oh, that's going way too fast there. All right, press play. There we go. So, all right, well, Telestrator's not really working there very well, but I'll try to slow it down a little bit there. So he started off with this Skelly Donut, and when we do the Skelly Donut, what we're trying to do... Okay, that's being weird. Well, what we're trying to do here is create a hole in the base there. If I can create a hole in the base there, whether I use lightning or a Skelly Donut or any kind of a blimp, whether it be Yeti blimp or Super Wizard blimp or whatever I want to use there, then what we're trying to do is connect the hole that was created at the base there to the edge of the base there. If we can get a couple of the big targets like the Town Hall, the Monolith, anything that I can do that is on the path from the edge of the base to the hole that was created, that's why we call this a Skelly Donut. You really got to think of the base as a full donut, and then the heroes are just trying to take a bite out of it. So that way when the Lalo goes in, they can start to circle around. So the heroes are able to push in and clear out the area around that town hall, then he's able to then have the next phase of the attack, the Lalo, push around on the right side and push in through the multi and then across to the heroes. One of the big things that we got to keep in mind though when we do any type of a Lalo attack is we typically want to take out either the defensive world champion or the defensive queen on the initial entry into the base. It's very, very important. That way you can have the back end hero a little bit easier to deal with, because you're going to have the headhunters to be able to go after her a lot of times under the protection of the ward ability. It's a very, very challenging attack to do, but you can see on this one here, he had the slammer that gave the support into the backside rather than the ward ability to protect the entry in there, and that made so that he actually was able to push in with the heroes to the town hall and avoid those heroes. He had another plan to go deal with those back end heroes, which is very, very important. So challenging attack there. It's a very interesting way to do it. It's a little bit out of the ordinary, but he handled it like a champ, and they are class champs, so that makes perfect sense there. But an easy triple on the board there for P. Castro. Set up his team and gave them what they needed to make sure that they just had the momentum going into the start of the war. And then when P. Castro triples, we almost always see class champs win, because he just is able to then, as soon as he's done with his attack, start to help the rest of the team. And he's a very, very focused player, and he's very good in that position.
That's right. And talking about donuts, I'm getting hungry for sure. So I hope that all of the viewers at home have their snacks ready, because we're not that far away from our next match. But really, really good breakdown. And as Eric said, it's a really high skill attack. This is why even at this level, we don't see that many players do it. And Clash Champs, they're just so good at it that we have seen so many of this type of attacks from them over this tournament.
Yeah, and on top of that, it is also an attack that is very prone to mistakes. So when you just drop one spell a tiny bit too far to one or the other side, not in a perfect spot, then all can go wrong and all the spells will have been wasted. But that's enough about P. Castro's attacks. That was great. But now we have our own Carbon Finn with an interesting interview guest for you guys.
Welcome, a Clash bashing husband, father, caster, content creator. You've worn many hats since your very first Clash of Clans video 8 years ago. Having attended Clash Fest in person for the second year, can you share your experience?
This year has been completely different, but in a good way. Last year, it was like we were in Clash of Clans, in the Clash universe, which is a good thing, don't get me wrong. But this year, like the arena, the energy, it's incredible. It's got a modern feel. It feels like I'm at a game, or it feels like I'm at a competition, which is the way it should be. And the atmosphere here is incredible.
Absolutely. It is incredible to be here in person. What about the competition has impressed you the most so far?
Sub BLTX. They have been really impressive to me. The first day, all they did was use that sneaky Goblin Super Barb attack, and then day 2 they come out with more meta attacks, and then day 3 they're coming out strong. I mean, they're looking really strong going in, but the creativity from all the players, all the different teams, I think that's what I like most, is the creativity.
Yeah, I love the creativity as well myself. Last year, you talked about Cynthia being one of your most favorite players to watch. Is he still your favorite, or has any other player stepped up and really impressed you?
Cynthia and I will always have a really good bond, you know, and he is still definitely one of my favorites, but watching the qualifiers and leading up to this, and then I don't want to jinx anything, but Captain Clutch Solino, he's kind of moving into that favorite spot for me, man. Some of those hits he did to get Clash Champs here were really impressive.
Yes, he did. It was very impressive. Finally, I know you and Eric love to do Guess the Percentage, right? Where you guys give predictions. I don't mean to put you on the spot, but who do you think is going to win it all and why?
Oh, I thought you were going to make me guess the percentage. Oh, I'm relieved. So I said on day 1, the winner of Clash Champs vs. Tribe was my pick. I thought they were both very strong coming into this tournament. That match could have kind of gone either way. So I'm going Clash Champs. I'm sticking with that. They've looked very strong. I mean, the defenses are great. The offense is amazing. There were just a few time fails that last war, so definitely Clash Champs.
Yeah, Clash Champs in the grand finals. We'll have to see who's going to be joining them. But let's go ahead and send it off to Judo for the team introductions.
we will send it to Juro in just a second, but before that, Eric has something more to show us. Another highlight from the war we just witnessed before.
Oh yeah, and let's keep in mind here that the players have only moments to plan here before they step on the stage. Immediately have to start being cued to attack, so they're under an enormous amount of pressure, but they need just a little bit longer here. So we'll give them just a second here before we bring them out, and let's take a look at this attack from Pato, the other triple here from Class Champs War, and it was just nothing short of impressive here. He did a Lalo as well, but he did the Kill Squad Lalo here with the log launcher, and always a very, very challenging attack to do. Usually it's done with lightning. Like often when you see this attack done, you're gonna see like a section like this, like taken out with lightning. And in this case, instead of doing that, he just set up the funnel on both sides and he charged the heroes in. Now, the Sui Lalo variation or Hero Dive Lalo is the most difficult of all the different Lalo variations. Usually when you use lightning, you have a lot less spells to manage and you take out a couple of the defenses a little bit early, or the Skelly Donut Lalo, you take out a couple of the defenses early and it takes a little bit of time, but that extra setup makes it so much easier for your heroes to get the value. But notice how the Queen was deployed off on this right and made so that when the King went in, the King was funneled by the Queen, and then the Queen is also funneled by the King, so they get a little bit of a separation, and then he's able to get the log launcher to get the King the supports that he needs. They go all the way into the inside of the base there. The Queen breaks off to the right. She gets the assistance for the World Champion over to this right side, and he's just able to get the Queen to move as far as she can into this area here, while the King with the Phoenix and then the Poison is able to get the defensive Clan Castle troops down. So like, it's just a very, very effective way to set up there. But he doesn't even stop at the value right there. He goes ahead and puts in this skeleton spell to be able to get the World Champion through into the Monolith right there. So that's a very big deal right there. But he did get stalled up by the defensive Clan Castle. He had the Queen right there, but look at that balloon right there. That balloon onto the Monolith, very, very clutch, was able to get him through and keep that Monolith under control. He had to deal with the pub still, but it was just getting the defensive Queen under control on the backside of the base here. You had to be patient on the Headhunters. You don't want to go too early. You don't want to get the Headhunters picked off. And it was, did I just hear the cheer from the replay, or was that the cheer from the crowd? I'm not sure which it was, but they were going crazy during the attack. Yeah, there it is. You can hear I like that. I like that you can hear the players in the crowd in the replay here, and you can see how excited they were for that. And obviously, well deserved. And Padalino gets it done. That's what they needed. They get just a dominant performance on defense, but the offenses were where they need to be, and that's what it takes to become a world champion right there. And they handle the pressure, they handle it well, and they're no stranger to the stage.
And I feel like especially something you said about like the crowd cheering and everything, some teams are really shining with that extra pressure, with the crowd cheering for them. I feel like Clash Champs, that's exactly what's happening to them. I mean, it's helping for sure that having a huge fan base here in place, cheering for them. And as a player, I can tell you, this feels insane. This feels so energetic. Having the crowd cheer for you really makes you believe you can do anything. And even if things are going wrong, you still can make it. And that's exactly what Clash Champs has done multiple times over this tournament.
That's right. It really pushes you, and we've seen how strong the support for them is. But also, what I really liked about their last war was how hot they came out of the gates, because they finished the war with just 12 stars, but it was because of the two first attacks. They were both 3 stars. Those are both the attacks that Eric broke down for us. So, you know, coming right out of the gate so strong and setting the tone for the war, I think that really pushes the other players as well.
That's right. Like, putting up the pressure early is such a big game changer on the stage, because remember, it is completely different than any match at home. Like, if you're at home 3-starring in a match, like in a regular clan war where you have 24 hours to prepare, or like say, yeah, you can attack that first with knowing that your clanmate fails. I mean, we all have that clanmate, right? But he can scout the traps at least. I mean, just saying, it's possible. I'm not talking about you, Maxi, it's not good. But this means it just gives you already some information. Those stuff is not happening here, and that is a massive, really big difference.
It is, absolutely. However, it sounds like the teams are ready, so let's head down to the stage here. Judah Sloth, bring him out.
Clash Champs wait in the wings to find out their opponent of the grand final. That will be the winner of this match. It is your lower final between Super BLTX and Reported Gaming.
There we have the players that are fighting for that second spot in our grand finals. Both of them have suffered one loss so far, and as this is a double elimination bracket, one more will mean that they're out of the competition. I welcome back Carbon Finn up here at the caster desk. How are you feeling about this war?
Oh, I am so excited. Super BLTX coming off a victory, defeating the defending world champions, Na'Vi, and Repata Gaming coming in with a defeat against Clash Champs, but only putting up 10 stars. So the question is, can they bounce back from a 10-star performance, as we are taking a look at the roster for Super BLTX, and of course, you know, the 2019 World's MVP Wei is here trying to get a second title. No player actually has 2 titles ever in the history of Clash Esports.
Oh, wow, I didn't even know that. Carbon Finn, those are some interesting background information there. But yeah, he definitely wants to get there, but he has to overcome those guys. The Repatted Gaming roster, comprised of Timtastic, Emir, Mech, General X, and Teampa. And this entirely German squad has fought their way through the upper bracket and could only be stopped by the Clash Champs. But like, that was the only war where they really underperformed on offense.
Yes.
Like, not just compared to their performance so far in the World Finals, but also throughout the whole year. So do you think that this was really just the job of the Clash Champs bases, or was it maybe the pressure because they knew, okay, if we then win that one, then we are so close to maybe becoming world champions?
I think definitely pressure, for sure, knowing that you're so close to potentially being a world champion, but they're in the lower bracket here. Let's go ahead and take a look at the predictions. Who will win this war? 71% of you at home are picking Super BLTX because of the performance against Na'Vi, but this is the real interesting thing is Na'Vi lost to Repata Gaming to get sent down to the lower bracket, then lost in the lower bracket to Super BLTX. So both these teams defeating a world champion, or at least the previous year's world champion. And so I am very excited for this match. Are you ready for the elimination match? The winner advances to the grand finals. Let's kick it off for the first attack.
Go! The fans are ready, and so is Emir. He is nodding because he feels confident about this, kicking it off once more for Repatted Gaming. And he is facing a very interesting style box space with a row of 3 multi-inferno towers, a little bit different from what we usually see in these diamond types of bases. He coming in with an early blimp to take out just this compartment, Carbon, and it seems like everything is going according to plan.
Yeah, as this blimp does take out the scatter shot, it continues here. The one nice thing would be if he was able to pull out that clan castle. That is a huge benefit so that you can deal with it on the outside. But granted, well, there is the queen on the outside, so that would have been able to help. If it's a warden walk, that can be a lot of problems. But he is moving in towards this monolith with the rage. These balloons looking to pull some seeking air mines. There isn't any, so the healers are nice and protected so far.
And amazing patience there with the spells. He saw that the queen was able to take out the monolith without the help of any more spells than this rage spell. So great job. Same goes here for the headhunters. He realizes I don't need to freeze or poison because I just lured a part of the CC, so I should save that for later. At the same time, he set the funnel at the top side to secure this queen going into the town hall.
Yeah, with that freeze on the town hall and the Grand Warden altar, the queen will be able to take the town hall down, but she's going to have to push through. This town hall is still saving onto this warden internal tome, fully investing this with this queen push through here as the ability goes off to protect her, continuing as the warden is transferring off of getting a little bit in front of this queen. Hopefully he doesn't get picked up, but it looks like the expo, wait, the warden's going behind the one. Where is this warden going?
This warden certainly has a plan. I mean, he just went there, said hi to the expo and went back hiding behind that queen, but there are so many things going on at the same time. Emir is sending in super barbarians from the right side, and more importantly, the royal champion. But look at the bottom rage spell tower. It just recharged and is ready to trigger, and that's exactly what Emir notices. And then he uses the invisibility spell to make sure that not too much damage rains onto his queen.
Yeah, with the RC ability going off, skipping through, he's going to make his way towards that Eagle artillery. He does make that queen invisible, taking out that multi-target Inferno. We're looking through the air, Expo, and the Royal Champion's gonna continue around, and Amir is gonna be starting it off for Repotted Gaming with a 3-star.
Cheers all along, and no skelly traps in the back end can hold him back. He is so happy about this, because remember, they were not able to 3-star any base in their last war, and now they start off strong with a 3-star right out of the gates, and that must give them the confidence boost that they so much needed.
Absolutely. That was a fantastic attack there. Incredible stuff from Amir. And we saw Repotted Gaming with only 10 stars that they got up again in the previous match. Delivering with a 3-star was clutch.
That's right. So let's hear it from the team.
Riese noch dazu, Lu noch dazu, Cleanup machen bei 7 Uhr. Einfach alles rein für Zeit. Let's go! Let's go!
Alter Emir, du hast ihn so He was like, man, Emir, you did it! And before that, they were actually spotting. So they were not celebrating, but they were put the cleanup down, giant at 7. It was German, so I could understand what they were saying. And put everything in to make sure you triple fast. And that's very important, because it could really come down to time in the end. But for that, Super BLTX need to 3-star as well, and they're ready for their first attack.
Super BLTX is bringing in Super Barbarians with 2 clones and 5 invisibility spells. We'll be seeing the blimp. Yes, indeed. The balloons down in front of this war. You typically will see some headhunters, maybe. Yeah, there's at least one going in. Warden ability protects the headhunter, the balloons, and the blimp flying all the way across. Are we going to freeze up the sweeper? Indeed, as this blimp continues to move all the way through this base so he can double clone. Super Archers, maybe, or does he switch it up for Super Minis? No, it is. It's going to be ground only, so it looks like Super Archers coming out so he can completely gut this core.
And we know how strong the Super Archers are, and we know that also Repotted Gaming used to use this strategy as well, but they that means they could also be prepared for that. But Super has not used this strategy so far in the tournament, and Wei said before, they have a couple tricks still up their sleeves, and that might just be one of them. And as you can see, and as you can hear from the audience as well, I will just ask the Itsu question. Where is the base carbon?
It is essentially gone. All the important defenses other than the Eagle Artillery is taken out. Town Hall, Clan Castle, the Monolith are all now down. Pushes his way in towards the Eagle Artillery. Does have a handful of super wall breakers so he can break a couple of these walls and path his heroes around. It is critical of keeping this queen behind her king so she can stay alive, and the king tanks for her moving around the base together.
Now it's going to be interesting to see where the queen will go after taking out the Eagle Artillery. That's why Meow used the wall breaker here, but she needs to, like, it would be best for him if she follows the king around the base while the king is tanking the ground wall, and that's exactly what is happening. At the same time, the question is, can that Rage Tower recharge in time? That can make things a little harder there, and at the same time, we have to take a look at the timer, because he only has 50% taken out, but already taken up 1 minute and 50 seconds.
Yeah, and the Rage Tower is now back. It's going to activate, raging up, especially that multi-target Inferno. Granted, the World Champ's going to make it in here and then be able to stun it very soon, but the Super Barbarians are slowly coming around this base as the Queen has full health, going to be able to even use ability through the backside. Super Barbarians to the top, he's not even waiting, but the big thing is the King is half health, so he can drop a Headhunters to help try to target that as we are making our way around, and Super BLTX is looking to answer with a 3-star of their own!
Could have even swagged 2 hero abilities. It was an incredibly strong attack, and these Super Barbarians, they are tanky, they do damage, they are fearsome, and that's what led to this attack easily becoming a 3-star in the end.
What a match we have here. The winner advances to take on Clash Champs in the Grand Finals. But you will have to still force a bracket reset. We saw it last year, where Navi was able to do that. We're looking at the replay of these super archers. The blimp value is incredible. Look at that, skipping through the Town Hall, taking out a monolith, and they're bringing so many different attacks. You can only imagine how hard it is to plan against them.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And you know, when you said they have to force the bracket reset, yes, that means the way to become a world champion is still very long. And of course, that's what everybody wants. But at the same time, winning this match means the team will become second place at least. And that's $50,000 more than right now. So that's a $50,000 match at least for the teams. And we're ready with the next attack. So let's see what Reparted Gaming can bring.
General X is up. He's looking to bring the Queen Charge Recall Super Dragons. Looking to have this Queen grab that Eagle Artillery. You have to protect the Queen's healers, dropping a few balloons to test for those Seeking Air Mines, and then pull those healers back. Not deploying 5 healers because the 4 and the Unicorn with the Queen is the capacity of the recall spell, at least to pull them all back. Otherwise, you would be leaving 1 healer behind. You definitely don't want to do that, as the Super Dragons will then come in between, where he drops the Queen again to move right through the core of his base.
That's right. He uses the invisibility spell there just in time. That puts on the recall perfectly. And what I also like is this is a strategy that we saw time and time again from Tribe Gaming before. Usually not with the help of the Zeps, but Nebrax has used this attack 3 times in their wars. So let's see if it can also work for General X. I felt like maybe he put down the Super Dragons there a little bit slow, as the Queen had not completed the funnel yet, but she will do now, taking down that Collector, and now it's all about getting into the core of the base and also checking for traps that could potentially kill this battle blimp that he's going to send into the Town Hall. There it goes from the top side of the base.
Yeah, sends it in pretty late, but the Super Dragons have cleared a path, tested the whole area for traps, so the blimp looks like it's going to be safely making it to the Town Hall as it rages up, does have the freeze, using out the Town Hall, freezing up the monolith, dropping a skeleton, so many things happening at once as he finds the tornado trap.
And that freeze proved to be so important. Same with the Rage. He was able to also not just get the troops for takedown of the Town Hall in there, but also the 1 Super Dragon that had made his way there. And with the last blow, it actually took out the core multi-inferno. Otherwise, this could have been a huge problem towards the end of the attack. But looking at this base, Carbon, there's only just basically 1 tough compartment to get through. The ground bow, Scattershot, and Queen in combination with the Rage Spell Tower. But he still has the Queen ability intact. He has a Royal Champion to deploy, and very importantly, a free spell to react to anything going wrong.
Here it is. The Royal Champion is now down, moving into the enemy Queen. The Scattershot's going to lock on. The Dicky is out in front. The Royal Champion's taking a lot of damage here, trying to keep her alive, so the freeze is used as he's got no more spells. Does stun the Scatter, but it's still frozen as he continues his way to the backside. The multi-target Inferno is standing. The Queen should be able to reach it as he walks down around with 27 seconds left.
Yes, and there are just a couple buildings that the Queen can all reach, and it's all cheers now with the Queen ability intact. He should maybe use it, same like his clanmate before, to get the timer down there. But yeah, great job from General X, the second 3-star in a row. Reparted Gaming come out of the gates extremely strong. It's like they're a different team right now.
Indeed. It's like, where was this in the last war? Because you want to make it from the upper bracket into the grand finals, bringing 3 stars. That's now back-to-back triples. They did not get a single triple in the previous match against Clash Champs. But they're looking to get the revenge. They want to make it back there and then defeat Clash Champs 2 times in a row. But first, you have to focus on this match, and Super BLTX is going to be up next to try to answer 3 stars. Super BLTX got 14 stars against Navi in their previous match, so they are definitely capable of answering what we just saw.
Yeah, and they were happy about that. We could see General X and Emir, they're playing with the audience, you know, hyping them up to get the support that they deserve. But we're ready for the next attack. So it's back in Super BLTX's corner. So let's see if they can also get the second 3-star.
Super BLTX bringing the Super Barbarians yet again, and here we go. The 23 Sneakies investing the haste, so it's all about speeding them up. But wait a second, look, there's quite a bit of walls around this town hall. There might just be that one tile out in front where that Tesla popped up in between the King and the Warden right there as he's sending in more Sneakies to help take out this storage. Remember, these Sneakies are going to be responsible of trying to take out that town hall as the one Sneaky there locks onto it, tests for traps, and he can send the rest in.
Yeah, and that's looking very, very strong because he didn't take too much time with it, and the entry into the town hall was pretty cheap. So I'm wondering if Reported Gaming were expecting that entry at all. Okay, well, they have a lot of Teslas and a lot of skeletons in that area, but Peng has brought a Electro Titan that will take quick care of all those skeletons popping up.
And look at this, with the Siege Barracks being used on the top side, getting that free Pekka, the Wizards can help set the funnel as he now moves his way through. But the brilliant thing about using the Sneaky Goblins early, you're wondering, wait, you're going to charge through this anyways. It's because the Town Hall Poison is now gone. That allows you to continue through this space and makes all the difference. When he pops his Warden ability, he's going to be able to protect maybe the King ability. He's going to maybe even save it for the very end, but there's a Golem moving in as well. The Golem has the Golem Mites, but we do now pop that Warden ability to really protect this smash right on through with Super Barbarian still to use around the outside.
Yeah, this is looking like an amazing push, but remember they used this exact attack strategy in the last war as well, so Reported Gaming could have prepared for it. On the other hand, they only had a couple of minutes to prepare for this next opponent. I mean, it doesn't look like they were expecting this specific entry because, in my opinion, Peng's attack is still looking strong, but on the other hand, it's not a 100% 3-star at the moment. The Queen, oh, she takes out the Monolith. That helps him out a ton there. And with the Royal Champion still having the ability intact and 2 spells to support her, we know, he knows, and the audience knows this will be the next 3-star.
Indeed, with the RC ability and a freeze, and Super BLTX is getting a 3-star. We have 2 triples back-to-back for each team. It's going to come down to the smallest detail in every attack that's going to make it here. Who is going to have that first mistake?
Yeah, that is the question. Nobody is backing down. Nobody is showing any weakness so far. I mean, you could say except for the bases, but with these players, you know, sometimes there is just no way to defend them with these on-point executions. But we want to hear from Super during this attack.
手里有胖子，手里有胖子。
没事，已经删了。
我知道，别急。有隐身，有大招，隐身保女王，大招这边。牛逼，牛逼，太酷了，太酷了！666，
直接拿下。
Beautiful, we could hear all the calls there. Super Barbarian at 10, Minion at 9, and there were the exact right calls at the right time. We could also hear some cheering in there as well. Beautiful stuff from Super, and I just love these team comms to hear, you know, all the emotion that is going on during these attacks.
Yeah, they are so emotional. They're so vested into each one of these matches. And 3 stars coming in left and right. But what can Repotted do? Can they keep the 3 stars rolling in? They've completely turned around what they did in the last match against Clash Champs. So now it's time to see if Repotted Gaming can get a 3rd triple.
Just like before, Timtastic is coming in with the 3rd attack. He is taken on Peng's base, as we can see from this beautiful attacker and defender graphics. And he is concentrating, getting into the zone, because we know how much we all have enjoyed his attacks. But in the last war, he was not able to 3-star. So let's see what he can do with the Battle Drill.
Yeah, the Battle Drill going in. We did see a Battle Drill invis, kind of, you know, a unique thing from early attack. So this Battle Drill is trying to make its way in to help remove this with the Super Wizards. Taking out that section, now skipping across here, but the Super Wizards going to the bottom side. Only 1 left. Not able to remove this Royal Champion. He only lures out a little bit of the Clan Castle.
I wonder why he didn't use another invisibility spell. He could have easily taken out this Expo with 2 or 3 more shots from the invisible super wizard, but maybe he thinks that this is enough value already, and also the three invisibility spells he held onto he can now use on his heroes. For example, the Queen when she is being targeted by said ground Expo.
Yeah, as that Queen's going to make her way towards that Town Hall, the King is moving his way through the defensive King a little bit off to the right, so the Headhunter's just going to slow him down as the King can run up top. The Queen, unfortunately, will probably pull the Clan Castle out pretty soon because he definitely wants to take out that Town Hall with his Queen.
Yeah, that's why he's using the invisibility spell early, I think, but this Headhunter might now lure... Oh, maybe pops the Queen ability early? Yes! There she goes, and she targeted the Town Hall. That came in very, very handy for him, and now he has to take care of the Clan Castle troops, but as he's coming in with the Lalo, he doesn't have to worry too much about these Ice Golems. On the other hand, Carbon, he still has the Royal Champion to deploy.
He does indeed, as that King still has the ability to run through. It's going to be the Lalo, as the Royal Champion is now down, but he's only got a minute and 23 seconds, so he's a race against the clock here, as he's going to Lalo from the top side with the ward coming through. He's going to pop that ward ability to protect the Hound as he passes past this air defense. He finds a tornado trap right past the Town, but he drops the... Was that a freeze? Or was that the ice? Oh no, that was the ice golem that died down.
No, he actually... Yeah, that was the ice, but he missed that the single Inferno Tower was locking onto his Royal Champion. So she died within her ability. His his free spell onto the onto the single Inferno Tower was late, and I think that could make the difference. Otherwise, this Royal Champion could have gone strong in the core of the base because the King was left alive for a long time as well. He needs to use the spells that he has, but back and red air mines making his balloon push fall short, and there's a multi-inferno and a low life Royal Champion as well, and it seems like just a couple of defenses will remain standing.
Yeah, this Owl can probably try to chain through unless it... Oh no, the RC does go down, but the defenses are going to stand here for Super BLTX as Tim Tastic is trying to get every bit of percentage. 93 right now, 4, 5, and 96% is what he's going to be able to grab as these minions will get picked off here by the multi-target Inferno. Great effort there, a high percentage, but Super BLTX will take the lead with a 3-star.
That's right, and he must have been beating himself up about this free spell right now. The thing is also, he didn't have anyone looking over his shoulder, and when you're spotting on another iPad than the attacker, or another device than your attacker, and you will spot or watch the attack, it will be 5 seconds delayed. And in that case, you might call something later, and that's why we saw before, where Celinio was watching Loop's attack over his shoulder so he could see what was going on his tablet. And at that point, it might have come in handy to do that, because then he could have been called the free spell earlier on.
Yeah, that could have made all the difference, but let's go ahead and get ready for the next attack. And way is up, looking to come in with a Queen charge Hog Riders with 1 jump spell, probably to invest with this Queen charge to charge right on into the base as the balloons are down nice and early, quite a bit of them as he only has 3 left, so he's going to drop this blimp to move in. He wants to remove the Eagle Artillery, the multi, and lure out this Clan Castle in the process.
And it doesn't appear to be trapped at all. Now the question is if the Yeti Mites go to the right defenses, and it does seem like it. The first defense already taken out, and so is the Eagle Artillery, and also that mortar that provides some nice pathing for that Queen, as there is no more building towards the top side that could lure her in there. And we can see that he is trying to charge into that bottom scattershot Queen compartment there.
Yeah, he's going to move through this lava hound, going to take some time, drops an archer onto the stores. That's probably what they're saying. You know, 1 archer can help try to pick that off, but it's going to be an archer versus a builder. Who's going to win that battle?
Well, usually it's the builder, unfortunately, so that archer will just stay there, maybe until the very end of the attack. We'll have to wait and see, but more interestingly, Wei is now charging into the enemy Queen compartment. We can hear some cheers out of the audience, because I think they are very happy with how that opener went.
Yeah, with a rage damage down for the Queen. Gonna continue to charge through. Gotta keep your eye on the 2 balloons that he has. Gonna try to sneak them into this compartment to test as much area as possible. Yep, there's the first one, because he doesn't want to lose any healers in this charge.
Yeah, the coconut balloon gets a little bit into this compartment, and so far it doesn't appear to be trapped, so I wonder if he might send another one or hold on to it. Rage spell was just in time, and now soon he will use the jump spell to get right into that town hall.
Perfect jump placement here to give him access to the Town Hall, the multi, as he's going to push his way through. But remember, he has hogs. You have to be very careful because they can die really fast when you move into a defensive rage spell tower. As the king is used off to the right side with one more super wall break, maybe even into the enemy world champion compartment. As, hey, the hogs, they're coming straight on into the monolith here.
That's very interesting. The Town Hall will be active in just a second. So, he decides, well, since I used the Warden ability for these Hog Riders anyways, I might as well use them to negate that Town Hall damage and Town Hall poison afterwards. But now the Hog Riders need to get out of there quickly, but he doesn't have any more rage spells.
Yeah, he doesn't, as the Hogs continue their way into the core. 6 more Hogs to use on the backside, drops him over to the cannon. Valkyrie's over there as well. Headhunter trying to move in to help snipe that Royal Champion to the right side. It's a race against the clock here with only 25 seconds. He needs to move through the space. He remembered that one archer at the very beginning to the far left. It's been working the whole time and it's not doing any damage to that gold storage.
It is still there, but the time is the biggest problem at this point. He also has to care about percentage because remember, Timtastic had 96% in his 2-star attack, and Wei would really like to increase that percentage. He needs to poke the Royal Champion. He already poked the Royal Champion ability, and he cannot get any more buildings. I mean, I don't even know if this was a time fail at all or a power fail, and that is quite surprising after that opener. I don't know if the approach of sending the Hog Riders into the Town Hall was the right call here.
Yeah, that's the one thing, is if you send the Hogs where the Queen is essentially going, it's a race against the clock. If you send the Hogs from the opposite side where the Queen has no chance of going unless she walks all the way around the base, that's where it's going to help with potential time fail issues. You want to move your way through, but it's always about the Warden Eternal Tome. If you time it perfectly, you can keep your Hogs alive, but a Warden ability for ground troops, you can still lose them through spring traps, so you have to be very careful.
Yeah, and remember, he only brought 20 Hog Riders in total, even holding on to a couple to send in from the outside. And General X is celebrating that defense here, and that just shows how much effort they also put into those bases to make sure they can get a defense or two, and it worked this time around. So let's see if that gives them another push in their next attack.
Is looking to bring more super barbarians here for Repotted. They've got the lead in this match only by a few buildings. That's how close this match is here, as a skeleton spell onto the defensive king to really distract him with a log launcher being used, and now Warden is already deployed now.
The log launcher at the same time is taking out some defenses, but he has to make sure it's being tanked for the whole time. But yeah, the ground ball locks onto his Max Queen there, so she can still go strong. At the same time, he's trying, of course, to open the wall to that multi-inferno to eventually take it out with the troops that come out of the log launcher. And what's also very nice is that he took out that ground expo, which was just being raged up, and thus dealing incredible damage on his Queen.
But he did not use that Warden ability to be able to hit that king, so he's going down pretty fast, as a lot of the barbarians also were taken out, and the log launcher was not able to really get all the way deep past the clan castle. Was that okay? Usually, a lot of times we tend to see the log launchers help if there's any invisibility spells by the town hall, so it can activate it early, but it's just a defensive rage back there. But the monolith is waiting. The lava hound is also by the warden, so that's gonna be a problem eventually when it will maybe make it its way to the queen. But we have super barbarians to use, as he is pathing this queen to this town hall now.
Yeah, it's looking good, but there's a lava hound. Okay, the warden can now take care of it. I wonder if some of the lava puffs will go to the queen, but even more, it's important that the queen will path back to this town hall. That's why he reacts with the super barbarians at the top side. But yeah, she goes in and she'll be able to take it out. But there come the lava puffs and the red mines.
The red red mines. They're doing so much damage to the healers, which means that he drops a minion maybe to try to help not only take out the buff, but there's a red mine, and the healers are one red herba mine to go down. Healers, stay alive. Don't go down, healers.
Okay, he can take out the town hall, that is important, but of course he would wish to take out the whole base, and there go the healers. Queen ability in the town hall poison is never what you want to see. At the same time, he uses the royal champion from the other side of the base, but the queen cannot get any more additional value, and in fact she dies in her ability, and there is a lot of base left for just the royal champion.
Yeah, with the ground expo, the Mile of the RC ability does skip through. There's the freeze onto the ground expo as he continues to try to push through, but the Mile does go down. But the Expo and that Grand Warden is going to be way too much damage, and we are going to have a defense here for Super BLTX.
And that was so close for Meg. There were, of course, this charge was somehow baited, but at this point I feel like it was okay for the Queen to die. Of course, it would have been better to still keep her alive, but she had enough value. If he would have held on to one or two spells in the beginning, for example, when he took care of the enemy Queen and the scatter shot there in his Queen charge, he didn't have to use a free spell because his Queen was raged up. If he would have held on to that, but I think he did it to be, careful. He didn't want to lose his Queen ability early on or something, and that shows the pressure under which these players are. But if he would have done it just a tad bit more confidently, he could have maybe saved it in the end.
Yeah, he could have saved it, but hey, it's the smallest details, but it's now time to see what they can do to answer. BLTX with looks to be some Electro Titans. We have one Earthquake jump as well in the mix, and starting off with that Warden walk here. Why do you think he might have started with the Frosty here? Because a lot of times we see players using the Poison Lizard to help speed up Warden walks.
Yeah, that's right. Maybe he was expecting a little bit too much damage. Maybe he was scared of a Tesla farm around there, or like this Warden in general being trapped. But also the Frosty is providing some tanking, some extra damage as well. But I agree, I would have also gone with the Poison Lizard there. But yeah, maybe Manta had something in mind. But 40 seconds off the clock, that's a good time to start with the Electro Titans.
Yeah, moving through, pulling that Warden to the left side, dropping a couple balloons onto the Archer Tower as he wants to get the funnel set in towards the core of the base. And there's the blimp. Look, he's trying to then get the Warden ability. Maybe can he get the blimp? Yes, indeed, which it finds one Zinky Air Mine moving his way through. There's the Warden ability, hitting the Electro Titans, hitting his balloons, ice globes, and the blimp landing right near this town hall.
Yeah, he did a great job, but he finds the tornado trap. That means that the Super Wizards are caught near the wall. Now they continue doing damage, but they need to take out this town hall. Can they? Oh, they really can do it! He didn't have a freeze spell invis anymore, so he had to freeze the town hall. The value is there, but I think he wanted the multi as well.
He definitely wanted the multi. The Air Expo is such low health. It can go down pretty quick. The multi goes down as he continues through this Eagle Artillery, but the Queen and everything in the core is now down, and it's up to the Royal Champion to have to make it through the multi-scatter, the enemy Queen, and the backside of this base here.
There is so much base left, yes, but I love to see the variety of strategies that Super BLTX are bringing here to the table. Very, very great to see, and it's very hard to defend them. But now, if things don't go entirely right, it seems that this specific strategy might have a chance of falling down. So notice that Manta has one more free spell, a single free spell more, and he has to use it perfectly. In this case, unfortunately though, the combination of the scatter shot still shooting, the Skelly trap, and the bomb tower being taken out, that means that the Royal Champion cannot finish this base, and it seems that he's falling short as well.
Yeah, and if you take a look at the scoreboard, they're down by 2 stars, so they'll be tied on that. But he needed to 3-star in order to tie the war exactly on percentage. Because the way it works is you add 20% for every single one of the attacks here. And unfortunately, that's going to fall short at 81%. He had the Super Wizards in that blimp. Unfortunately, he was not able to get as much value as he was hoping for, falling short. So RPG, Reponed Gaming, is looking to take advantage of this right now.
That's right, because as we look at the stars, it's equal between the teams, but percentage right now is in favor of Repotted Gaming, which also means with just one attack left per team, Teampa can now secure his team a spot in the Grand Finals if he's able to 3-star. If he doesn't, it depends, of course, on Super BLTX's attack. Wow, so much on the line right now, and it must be so much pressure on the players' shoulders right now, right?
Absolutely. They are so nervous. They want to get to the Grand Finals and get the revenge against Clash Champs, who held them to 10 stars in the last war. Both these teams here, both defeated Na'Vi, which was eliminated Na'Vi. Definitely a fan favorite, but we're going to have a new fan favorite after the end of this weekend.
Oh yeah, I suppose we do. At least we'll have a new world champion, and which of those two teams gets a chance to still become the world champions is decided in the next 2 attacks. So Teampa, he's preparing there. We can see that he's already focusing, and it appears that he's going to be attacking Manta Space. So that's right, dive right into the last attack of Repotted Gaming.
Repotted Gaming holds everything in their hands. A 3-star, and you secure your spot into the Grand Finals with a Queen Charge Lalo. Has a couple super wall breakers as well. Has that Flame Flinger unless he decides to switch that up. With a recall spell too.
Yes, I noticed the recall spell as well. That is not the usual approach, but we've seen it once or twice. But now looking at that, it seems like he wants to take out exactly this Royal Champion compartment. So he wants to make sure to take out the Scattershot and the Royal Champion. But now things are not going entirely his way, because the Queen went in to chase the Royal Champion. And this way, the funneling might have been messed up. That's why it was very important that the Flame Flinger took out the first Archer Tower there early on. Oh, but now also a problem is the Clan Castle. Yeah, maybe freeze. Maybe freeze. Yes, there goes the freeze, and it was deployed perfectly. So the Queen so both the Scattershot and the Clan Castle troops are frozen. The Queen can take out the Scattershot, and there the recall goes.
There it is. Queen's now redeployed over to the left side with a couple sneaky goblins to help now force the Queen in towards this monolith, breaking the wall a little bit more so the Queen has an easier access to the monolith as he does use the Headhunter onto the defensive king. Going to continue this push. The Flame Flinger has taken its time, and he's going to want to path this Flame Flinger into the multi-target Inferno.
So far, the execution really is on point. I don't really know why he waited there so long with the Skelly spell and rather used a free spell first, but it seems to be working, definitely. Yeah, let's see later on if he would have needed that free spell, but yeah, so far everything is going his way, and he's already setting up the back-end Lalo.
Yeah, with that king to the bottom side, he can push that king into the defensive Queen and Scattershot as his Queen is now slowly getting through this defensive Clan Castle. The Headhunters are down. Flame Flinger is now working onto that multi-target Inferno. The King's ability has gone off. Eagle artillery shots hitting the King as he has taken out the enemy Queen, as he will come back to life to help remove the Scattershot. Dropping the balloons, the Lava Hound, the Lalo is coming through to the right side towards the Eagle artillery.
Yeah, but his biggest enemy at this point is the time. That's why he just starts the Lalo, even though he hasn't secured the Town Hall. But the Queen will get it. He knows that for sure with the help of the spells he still has. And he doesn't even invest the rage spell into the Town Hall takeout. Maybe use the Queen ability then to make sure that these balloons do not go into the range of the Town Hall. He's not, but I think it's a great idea because he can actually hold on to it. Okay, he wants the Clan Castle troops to be safe there. And he just has a multi-inferno to worry about. Let's see if he can use the invisibility spell perfectly. There is a tornado trap. Are there red mines as well? He still has the Queen, and it seems like they are celebrating. Red mines are there, but the Royal Champion as well.
Yes!
Invisibility spell. The crowd is going wild. Teampa is cheering because they've done it. Repotted Gaming are a second finalist.
Repotted Gaming is making their way back to the Grand Finals here. They got knocked down from Clash Champs, and they want to get their revenge. Look at that, delivering a 3-star Temper. What an attack. The Flame Flinger Queen Charge, incredible. So let's go ahead and hear what they had to say.
GG. Alter Jan, was ein Banger
Hit, Junge. So geil.
Someone was shouting, "What an amazing hit!" in German. Yeah, they were happy all along. But I could also see, which was very interesting, when Tipa was done.
Yeah.
They were already planning the basis for Clash Champs, I'm sure, because they were like had very serious looks on their face, and they were like discussing.
Yeah.
So they really know what's on the line. They took like 5 seconds to celebrate, but then they went like, okay, this is just the beginning. There's another match, maybe better, even 2 coming up. So I really like to see that focus from the team. But yeah, we have one more attack from Super BLTX. For us, they have shown incredible stuff so far. So let's give it up for them one last time.
Looking to bring some Electro Titans, also has a recall spell in the mix, starting off with that Flame Flinger to the top side to help grab that Archer Tower. You always want to be careful where the Flame Flinger is deployed. Are there mortars, expos? Because that will take it down really quickly as the Frosty with that Warden is down, moving through with the Queen, through the defensive King, probably wants to grab the Town Hall and then just lure only the heroes and the pets back, not the healers, because then you can drop the heroes near it and the healers will just fly close to the base and not get picked off.
Really incredible. I've said it before, this variety is really astounding to me, and just shows how much time they spent into the preparation of this World Championship match here. Wow, the recall was just in time as Queen and Warden were about to step into the Town Hall poison. And it's interesting because he basically just delayed them so the other troops could run in front of them and tank for the damage that would be raining on them into the center of the base. But the triple Ice Golem CC is not ideal for that approach.
It's not, because it's going to really slow him down as he continues his way through. And the air defense is on the left side, so it's going to slowly be locking onto these healers soon if they make their way to the left. But it looks like they are actually just out of range as the Warden ability goes off, and the Royal Champion is going off to that left side air defense by herself.
Oh, and that, I don't think that's what he wanted her to go, but he freezes the Royal Champion, the enemy Royal Champion, to take her out. Now he has to freeze again for his own Royal Champion. Great job there, so she can take out the enemy Queen with the help of a Headhunter as well, but there's a Skelly Trap, so it will slow her down at the same time. The push to the core of the base made their way with quite some health there left. A couple healers still alive, 2 Electro Titans, and I think this is looking extremely strong still.
Yeah, with that Queen following behind, well, I was going to say the King, but he has gone down as the RC ability does skip. Should be able to make his way through the left side cannon with that Royal Champion with a minute left and an invisibility spell as well, as all his troops and heroes are making their way through, and 7 is going to be delivering a 3-star for Super BLTX, but it comes down to the percentage. That's why when you fail, you need to fail at as high of a 90% as possible, and that made all of the difference in this match. And Repotted Gaming will be advancing to the Grand Finals to take on Clash Champs.
Congratulations to them, but also, of course, to Super 7, showing once again at the end what they are made of. Their hit rate throughout the whole tournament has been incredible at 80%, I think, 60% consistently. But no, actually 80%. Wow, yeah. That's amazing. Yeah, now that I think about it. Yeah, Super really entertained us well here, but unfortunately, Repotted Gaming was that tad bit better here in this match.
Yeah, Repotted Gaming was able to bring the 3 stars. Clash Champs' defenses stood strong against them, so I can't wait to see what happens, because we are now going to be getting ready for a grand finals match. Clash Champs, coming from the upper bracket, has to lose twice against Repotted Gaming in order to win. That's what happened last year. There was a bracket reset. I think it's now time to go down to the stage to hear a little bit more from them with Eric.
Brilliant performance here from Repotted Gaming, but I got the team on the stage here, and we got a chance to give a little bit of feel for them as they get ready for their grand finals match. And I want to know, going into this match, You saw your opponent take down Na'Vi. You just came off of the loss from Class Champs. How did that affect your confidence in this match?
Not at all. I mean, we knew we would had a bad match this World season, so I guess we have it out now, and Clash Champs better be prepared for the next one.
Well, speaking of Class Champs, once you get to that Grand Finals, you're going to have to not just beat them once, but beat them twice to become the world champion. You're guaranteed second place right now, but how do you feel about your chances to take them down not once, but twice?
It's possible. Definitely. We have the bases, we have the stuff, and we have the players for that, so I guess it will be interesting.
I guess we'll see if that preparation pays off, but one more question. You have anything to say to your fans out there?
We love you all and we love the support. Thank you for all of that, and I hope you can cheer us on for the grand final. Thank you, boys and girls, obviously.
Guaranteed minimum second place. They're moving to the grand finals to face Class Champs. Give it up one more time for Rapata Gaming.
Yes, I'm sure all the boys and girls at home are supporting their Rapata Gaming players, especially, you know, after coming back from being pushed down to the bottom by the Clash Champs bases, but then coming back with a strong 13-star performance. I think they're ready for the finals now. What do you think, Garvin?
Oh, absolutely. I'm going to be waiting so patiently for the grand finals. It's going to be coming up next, but let's go and welcome Judo here to the desk. Rapata Gaming now making their way to the grand finals after getting pushed down the lower bracket with only a 10-star performance in that previous war against Clash Champs.
You've got to give it to Rapata because I predicted they were going to win that first match. However, the way that they performed, I kind of picked Super BLTX for that one. I wasn't sure whether they were going to be able to shrug it off, but they did, and that for me was the most impressive thing, Maxi.
Yeah, I agree, and I have to say I also picked Super BLTX for this match, so we were both proven wrong by the Rapata Gaming players. Yeah, once more here we can see the stats here in the arena. It came down to percentage, so it really shows how close all of these teams are at this stage of the competition.
I mean, it must have been a caster jinx because I also went Super BLTX.
No.
Yes, so you know, once all the casters predict a team, then you know, it's just the caster jinx does set indeed. But let's take a look at the MVP. Temper coming in with 28% of the vote and getting the 3-star at the very end and helping secure a victory for them. Moving on to the grand finals, Judo.
Absolutely, and the attack by Temper, I'm sure you can all agree, was so well calculated in that moment to win the war as well. So that's exactly what I wanted to break down for everyone at home, because he also set up the Flame Flinger incredibly well. So you will notice as we start to play here, he begins with the Archer Queen up top. And the main reason for that is getting the Archer Tower down, because then the Flame Flinger is free. Nothing else is going to be able to fire at it. And normally we use test troops in this area in order to check whether there are skeleton traps or Tesla. You notice he sends in one Hog Rider there. But the most impressive thing is just how he understands what that Flinger will get afterwards. So after setting the funnel, and the Archer Queen is able to walk back down towards the bottom of the base, from the recall, sorry, we then have the Flame Flinger targeting directly the multi-target Inferno. And that is the key thing. Often you look at bases and you think, you know, maybe the Expo's covering it, maybe the Mortar is, but as long as you can re-aggro those defenses to protect the Flinger, then you're going to be good. At this point, he's very protective of the Archer Queen. So you notice the Skeleton spell initially, followed by the Freeze. Maxi quite rightly pointed out that he did it the other way around, sorry. But the most important thing is those high damage buildings on your Archer Queen. One thing I want to point out is the Poison spell on the defending clan castle here as well. Notice how he puts it directly on top of the Archer Queen. That makes sure to capture the headhunters initially, but then as the Lava Hound moves forward, it's also in the primary spot in order to get all of the pups as well. So even as the attack was developing, so many key moments that you can take note of. But one thing we've seen a lot of is time fails. And that's where at this point, with only a minute left, he has to start the Lalo from this top side and waiting on the Warden ability, just trying to encompass as many balloons as possible, but also when they do then get in range of the raged up defenses. Impeccable timing there. Once he knew the Town Hall was safe, and ultimately coming down to the back end, it got a little bit close, but he was able to continue and just use the RC when needed. This tornado trap had us on the edge of our seat, but an impressive performance by Reported Gaming. And obviously this attack in itself was just so well calculated to break down the different elements of the base. And for me, getting that Flame Flinger value was the most important. Often we see the Warden Walk used. In this case, using the Archer Queen to initially tank defenses, take out that area of the base, then taking her to the other side so the Flinger could move into the middle. A little bit like what we would do with the Super Dragons whenever we have that Recall Queen. He used that exact same approach for the Flinger moving in. So hopefully I was able to explain that well enough with the screen moving around, trying to get the, the telestration on top. But what do you think, Maxi? Certainly it's one of the most impressive Flinger entries that I've seen this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely, and it takes so much skill to pull off a queen charge like that, like Teamper did. So of course it's hard to explain it because it's really hard to plan it and do it. It's even harder than explaining it. So yeah, it definitely makes sense. Like, this is a very high skill cap attack. So there are only few players in the world that can pull it off like that. Carbon, we have figured out some socials that we wanted to take a look at.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll throw them up on the screen here. And as that's coming up on the screen, there it is. We have Tree Climber Leo there. And take a look at that picture, watching the World Championship. We love it. Clashing while your favorite team is joining Clash of Clans. Love the Clash of the World Championship. Absolutely. Thank you so much for sharing that picture. And anyone watching at home or even in the arena, share your pictures with us with the hashtag Clash Worlds, Clash Fest, and we'll be sure to be taking a look at them, and maybe you might see yours on the big screen. But incredible, as we are getting ready for the grand finals. Let's now head down to the floor with Eric interviewing Nebrax.
I get the pleasure of sitting down here to chat with Nebrax here from Tribe Gaming, a phenomenal player in his own right, winner of $60,000 from your placement in this competition. There's still so much more to go here with this grand finals getting ready to kick off. And I'm kind of curious, what are you going to do with your winnings here?
Oh, I think all of us already bought what we want to have with prize money from last year, where we got second. So I guess we will just save the money and get a nice boot camp again in the next year.
Oh, smart. Yeah, just reinvest it back into the team, right? I like it. All right, well, you've seen a lot of the predictions that we've made as the casters, and we got them all wrong. All of our brackets are busted here because everything is just kind of going everywhere right now, and this is not the grand finals that I think a lot of people expected. But now that we're here, who do you think is going to win out of these two teams?
I mean, we are, for our friends from Germany, from Reported Gaming, we are the team with the highest believing energy. Sadly, we can't play on our own right now, but we will send all our energy to Reported Gaming.
Reported Gaming, the German team sticking together there, right? Have you seen any attacks or teams that have inspired you? Any attacks that you want to go try after seeing what, like, specifically the Chinese team has done?
I mean, the overall plans are always very similar, but it's always those small adjustments. For example, if you bring Electro Dragon in a blimp where you get nice chain value, there's always stuff that you can copy, and it's about the small details you can adjust and add to your plans.
I like it. Some interesting perspectives here from Tribe Gaming. Congratulations on making it here, and well played. Unfortunately, they're out, but we still have two teams standing, and we still have that grand finals to give away here. $300,000, an insane amount of money, but let's send it back up to the desk. Thank you, Nebrax.
Thanks for being here.
Yes, our pleasure, Neighborhooks. We love to be here, and thank you for being here as well, especially after the tough loss yesterday. It's nice to see that the players are still here in the arena because they want to see what is going on at the highest level of Clash of Clans esports, even though there are rivals, friends, and unknown teams in the competition. But they are still watching and want to see what is going on, even though I think I heard a little bit of celebrating from yesterday in Nebrooks' voice as well.
Yeah, indeed. But just making it here to the Clash of Clans World Championship is such an achievement. But you know, these teams want to win it all. They are so skilled, and we are going to be so excited for the final match. Well, there could be two, right, Judo?
There certainly is, and for me, you've got to think that Clash champs are going into this very confident, knowing that irrespective of who won that last match, they had already taken down Reported and Super BLTX in fashion. What I think has impressed me the most about Clash champs, and obviously the team built around them, is how much they know their opponents. You have to acknowledge the offensive capabilities and defensive capabilities of who they're going up against.
Yeah, you do indeed. And I do have a question for you, Maxi. You have competitive experience. You've played on stages like this. And team like Clash Champs or Repotted, what do you think in terms of bases? Do you think they have any specific bases left at this stage? Because you only have a limited amount of base slots to have, and what do you think is going through their minds right now?
Well, it's funny because in fact I talked with Mac from Reported Gaming yesterday, and I asked him like, wow guys, your bases are doing amazing. How is that possible? And he was like, yeah, we prepared well. And I was like, yeah, well, I hope you haven't used your best bases yet. And he was like, well, we still have 20 left. So, as they used 10 today, that would make the exact other 10 for the first match and for rematch now. So I think that they are prepared at least. But I know that Clash Champs, they have incredible base builders like Satan's, for example, that I'm sure they are prepared as well. And also, they had one match less. So maybe they can take even better bases from the base pool they're prepared.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to pick up on, is how Reported Gaming have got to reveal more of those bases, whereas Clash Champs can go into this match with the ones they feel the most confident about, right? And I know they build them for the specific opponents, but if you had to have a guess, how long do you think it has took them to make those 20 bases?
Well, I would say 4 weeks at least.
4 weeks.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Like they made to build them. The first draft of it probably just like an hour, because they are just so experienced with building bases. Like the first 1 hour per base, of course. But then testing them over and over again, having different attack strategies, different people from the clan, and setting things up differently and so on. That takes a lot of time. I'm sure it took them weeks to do that. But as we're speaking about the teams, let's take a look at some more socials, because we have lots of support from you guys at home as well.
Absolutely. As we're taking a look at the next one here over on X, we have Benedict Crowned YouTube, an intense battle between RPG and Super BLTX. We love to see it. Credit to for their calculated moves, and to Super BLTX for their never say die attitude. Well fought indeed. We love to see it, Judo.
We certainly do, and I've been really enjoying, because even the ones that aren't pulled up on the screen, we're able to have a little bit of a look at the iPad. It's so good to see all of the love from the community for the esports side of the game as well. But just going back to the matchup, and obviously Clash Champs have had a little bit of time to prepare behind the scenes. In my winning interview with them, that's what they said. We're just going to go back there, focus on the game. We're not going to get drawn into, watching it as a spectator, as I'm sure they would love to do. But Reported Gaming haven't had as long in order to do that. So how do you think they are feeling right now? The pressure that they're going to be in coming into this, knowing they have to win. Clash Champs have that extra lifeline.
That's right, but I really don't think that they think about that at all. Just like General X said, they didn't even think about that in their last match either. You just have to focus match by match, and of course you don't want to lose anyways, whether you have another lifeline or you don't. So I think they won't be thinking about the whole mountain they have to climb, but just like the first stage of it. So and I think that's the right mindset, obviously, as well. Otherwise, like in your head it will just be enough that you have to overcome to get to that big goal, the world champions in Clash of Clans.
Yeah, I'm so excited to see every single one of these teams, especially this grand finals. But between the two of you, was there any particular attack that you saw this weekend that stood out?
Oh, the entire weekend.
Yes.
I always like to see new approaches. Right? That's one of my favorite things about the World Championship, because everybody holds those strategies they've been working on, even if, like we heard down there, they're just little tinkers and just tiny little alterations, as Nibrax was saying. So I've been most impressed with Super BLTX. I still remember the Super Bowler blimp from last year. Already mentioned it a couple of times during the stream because I was so excited about it. And I think what Super BLTX have done is reuse strategies that people have forgot about. You know, you don't have to reinvent the wheel, just go back far enough to where people don't remember those strategies and they don't try and defend them again. Don't try and defend against them anymore. So what do you think? Go wipe in next year's World Championships, Maxi?
Well, we'll have to wait and see. Maybe the witches have another level until then. Who knows? Eric would love to see that, I'm sure. But yeah, the definitely Super BLTX showed us a lot of new strategies during the last 3 days. So it's very hard to pick one that stood out. But let's take a look once more at the bracket to see where we are actually at this tournament. And we can see all of the spots have been filled out except for one. And that is match number 15. That can only happen if in match number 14, our grand finals, Repotted Gaming win. Because look at it, from the top bracket we have Clash Champs that have won every single match. So they have deserved that, while Repotted Gaming, they have lost once, were kicked down to the lower bracket, but have fought their way back into the grand finals. As they have that loss already, Clash Champs would be able to take them out in the first match, while Repotted Gaming would immediately lose then.
To me, the craziest thing here is neither Navi or Tribe Gaming made it to the upper semis or even the lower finals. They got eliminated before that mark, and Clash Champs, Repotted Gaming definitely deserve their spot here in the grand finals. They have shown such a class. Their defensive side has been strong, their offensive side as well. 3 stars coming everywhere. This one is going to be a fight.
It certainly is. And I think one thing that really is highlighted from what you were just saying is how close the teams are and how close the wars are at this level. Sometimes even just heartbreakingly one building for the teams. But that's what happens at the highest level. And it really, what I always appreciate is the deep understanding that the players have of the game, being able to tailor those strategies, even if it might seem like when you're watching a simple Queen Charge Super Dragons, being able to adapt to the base in perfection. How well do the players need to know the game in order to play at this level, do you think?
Yeah, well, that's very hard to put into words, but obviously almost like close to perfect.
Yeah.
They know every single range, the strength and weakness of every single troop, spell and building, and they have to know different base designs on top of that, and then that's just the strategy behind it. On the other side, you have the execution as well. You have to be able to time or tap your device with the perfect timing as well.
Yeah.
So many things have to be taken into account, but the best 2 teams are in the finals. Before we get to some more gameplay though, let's hear it from Darian, who has someone with him in the interview that can tell you a little bit more about that game we love so much.
Okay, so I did promise you something super exclusive. Right now, I am joined by Clash of Clans game designer and all-around awesome dude, Alex Hookie. Alex, how you doing today?
Very good, very excited to be here.
So, as a game designer, what exactly do you do?
Well, I focus mostly on gameplay, so I'm coming up with new ideas for new troops, spells, doing a little bit of balancing so the game feels good to play, but mostly focusing on gameplay stuff.
So, should we blame you for Lavaloon?
Well, I wasn't there then. That's not me to blame. If you want to blame me for Electric Titan, you can.
Okay, you heard it. So, well, with the Clash Finals, this is our 5th year celebrating it, and it's on Supercell's home turf here in Helsinki, Finland. As part of the Clash team and game designer, what exactly does that mean to you and the Clash team?
Oh, it means a lot, honestly. This is basically a combination of the whole community getting together, challenging each other to get better, challenging each other to really get out like the best players, and it's amazing to be here and to see such skilled levels of play.
So, well, let's talk about, as a game designer, you know, we're seeing the best players in the world. I mean, these players are competing at levels that are completely unexpected. What does it mean to see these really cool, awesome strategies that maybe you never even anticipated?
Oh, it's like super interesting. Personally, I actually really like the competitive scene, so it's really great to be here and see all these crazy strategies. But as a designer, it's pretty inspiring to me. I can I just think like, what can I do to make this even better next year?
And seeing players come up with these unique strategies, like how does that inspire your work?
Oh, basically what happens is I see all of this and like, what can I add to make this even more fun? What could have changed if there was like a spell or a troop that could do just that to fix this time problem? And then this way I come up with new ideas, and usually I try to prioritize these things that give players creativity, space to be creative in the game.
So let's talk about players and community. You know that the Clash community is absolutely essential in the core to Clash of Clans. As a designer, what does it mean to be here among all these amazing people?
Oh, it's super energizing. Like, it's great to be here. It's great to feel the energy of the whole audience, and honestly, it gets me almost like wanting to go back to the office to get done more work, to do more stuff for this community. That's just amazing.
Well, speaking of more work and new content, I would never be forgiven if I didn't hammer you for some kind of hint of what's to come next.
Well, of course I can tell you something. You're gonna want to get your builders ready to this and get ready to jam.
Yo, it's that time again. Builder strut his stuff. You tough enough? He got them skills, make your village grow. From up to half the dough. So make your builder smile and set him loose. Ain't no excuse. You wanna level up quick and listen to the king. Yeah, build that thing. Builder's got this new banging hammer jam sound. Level up and bring the hammer down. For just 2 weeks, the hammer jam rules. Build it full. Gold mine trap, spell factory and walls. Boost them all around the world, hear the villagers shout. Don't miss out.
Woo! Hammer Jam! Let's go! You all know what that means, right, Juno?
Hammer Jam, Hammer Jam.
Was it
2 weeks, I think it said, right?
Was it you rapping?
Did I hear 2 weeks? Yeah, I was too busy rapping. I don't know.
No, I didn't know either. Yeah, amazing stuff there. Wow, that was so cool. I need to get that maybe as a ringtone so I get up in the morning to farm.
Yes, yeah, we're gonna start farming. You're gonna have to start upgrading indeed. Hammer Jam is coming indeed. We cannot wait for that, so make sure you guys are getting ready for that. So many amazing things are gonna be happening.
Well, I think everyone needs to follow the official channels in order to find out all of the information as soon as it is released, because Clash of Clans like to do this. They just tease us with things, and I guess we'll find out by following the channels when exactly that goes live. Exciting times ahead.
That's for sure. We have exciting times ahead, but we also have quite exciting times right now with the teams getting ready, preparing the last bases, preparing maybe another secret strategy that has not been revealed for some reason. Maybe the base wasn't fitting. Maybe they just didn't feel confident about it, or they felt they didn't need it, but they might need it right now, because now is the time to shine. Now is the time that we will be crowning the new world champions.
Yes.
Carmen, I want to ask you first. What is your prediction? Who is going to win the grand finals?
You put me on the spot right here at this moment. Of course you do, right? Well, I mean, it's so hard picking against a team coming from the upper bracket, and seeing what Clash Champs just did against Repotted Gaming, holding them 10 stars. I think that I'm going to be taking Clash Champs.
You've got to. I mean, I picked against them before, but at this stage, how can you not go with Clash Champs? They're incredible, but anything can happen. We seen it last year, didn't we? So let's throw it down to Eric to introduce the teams.
It always feels a little bit surreal leading up to this moment. But when the trophy lands on the stage, you know it's about to get real. But only one team is going to be able to claim this trophy and be crowned world champions. Let's get ready to kick off this grand finals match. Let's welcome to the stage the winner from the lower bracket. Rallying after their loss from Clash Champs in the round before, let's bring out Repotted Gaming! And now, undefeated in the upper bracket, nearly flawless on offense and unbreakable defenses. Welcome to the stage, Clash Champs!
This is what we've been waiting for. No more hammer jam, enough about that stuff. This is the grand finals, and I can't wait to be crowning a new 2023 world champion.
That's right, Repotted Gaming, or the fan favorites for sure, just based on the sound from the audience. Clash Champs, they were looking unstoppable so far. They have held back Repotted already once. Can they do it one more time?
Time will tell as the teams are now getting dialed in, ready to go. We can take a look at the stats of Repotted Gaming. Impressive indeed. You see the highest by Temper, who did finish it off strong for them in that previous matchup, getting the 3 stars, which I did then break down for everybody. But they have been solid all weekend. It really is just that one slip up versus Clash Champs, but it appeared their bases were just perfectly crafted for them.
Yeah, but at the same time, I feel like Repotted should not be unhappy about their defensive performance versus Clash Champs. They hold them back to 12 stars, which is really solid. Just the defense of Clash Champs were even better. But we can see the offensive powerhouse on your screen. Solino, Leo, Di Castro, Pato, and Loop. And they are just so close. They are one match away from maybe becoming the new world champion.
They know how close they are, but I have to admire how calm and collected they are. And look at this prediction. We thought it might have been a little bit more one-sided towards Clash Champs. Only 54%, despite them having that extra lifeline as well. You've got to remember, for Repotted to win this, it is going to be 2 wars, but I guess this prediction is just the first matchup. Yes. Maybe people thinking it's going to go to that final, which I guess we don't like to see, right? We want to see more gameplay and more action. So let's dive straight into it with the first attack.
Flying into the arena as we have the first attack happening. We have Clash Champs starting things off again. And wait a second, I know those blue creatures. It's Super Bowlers. We have not seen them that much over this tournament so far. I'm really looking forward what Clash Champs and Di Castro can do. They can show it out to us.
Well, Eric has highlighted this numerous times, but whenever Clash Champs open with the 3-star, they are very difficult to defeat. So let's see if his plan is going to work. So far, the Flinger is getting good value down the bottom. He's got the base open, a little bit of a funnel already set. I do notice the Poison Tower behind the Town Hall, which is something you've been focusing on a little bit during the matches today as well, Itsu.
That's right, the Poison behind the Town Hall. At the same time, if you're going through the Town Hall, this means the Town of Poison and the Poison Tower, they do not stack, which is perfect for him, even triggering the Poison Tower early. So perfect case right there. And what you typically do is you try to charge the Town Hall, trigger the Town of Poison, and then play the Super Bowlers delayed through the Town Hall Poison. And take a look at that. As soon as the troops are behind the Town Hall, one jump is going to open up everything.
Yeah, this will allow him to save the Warden ability as well. As you correctly point out, once the Town Hall goes down, the Poison is now active and his Super Bowlers are nowhere near it. It's just about getting that timing, so they do move into this compartment before the Archer Queen starts taking out everything else. Oh, and as I say that, 2 Super Bowlers walk around it too.
Remember, Super Bowlers are ranged troops, so funneling them is not too easy, and a Super Bowlers match with just one Super Bowler is not really that threatening, but we have seen Clash Champs turning around attacks like crazy. So can they make that work with one Super Bowler in the core?
He's got the Archer Queen there as well, alongside the Grand Warden ability and the Rage spell. He might be able to still make this work. They are getting great value, and if he could get that multi-target Inferno, which is he is about to, he's got the Queen ability, the Royal Champion ability, and multiple spells left over. Timing of these is critical as he's allowing the Queen to absorb that damage first. Ability goes off. The Skeleton spell is already down. 40 seconds, and it's looking good for P. Castro to kick things off for Clash Champs. The Skeleton spell is their only hope, but he's already taking a sip of his water. He's got the freeze spell, and with only a few buildings remaining, Clash Champs take the early lead in the Grand Finals.
What an attack this was. We have said they have turned attacks like this around, and that's exactly what they're doing. The entry with the boulders walking around did not go perfectly, but the recovery was impressive. And when P. Castro starting early with a strong attack, we know what this means for their opponents, but let's hear from themselves.
PT. PT? PT. ¡Vamos, carajo!
How can you not fall in love with Clash Champs and those celebrations? It is amazing to see. Their performance is next level, and so are their celebrations, putting the pressure on Reported Gaming. Let's see if they can respond.
Castro has to defend now, and it is versus General X. We have the Super Barbarians, we have a lot of supportive tools, and we have a Queen Charge yet again with the recall spell. So far it felt like the Queen Charge attacks did not work out that great for Reported, but it seems to be their only answer versus the basis of Clash Champs. Clash Champs using this time around an invisibility tower behind the Town Hall, which is always spelling danger for whoever is going to enter into that Town Hall compartment. With test loots and everything raining down, it means that those troops in the beginning are staying safe. There goes the healers, but remember, he is using the recall spell.
He is. There was one seeking air mine, but again, he's going to recall the Queen out of there so he can be relatively safe versus the traps. He did have to use an extra couple of Super Barbarians to funnel the top defenses since the Builderhood kept repairing them. And notice that the healers, like you said, just quickly redirect to the Queen. And he also waited until the invisibility spell tower was popped before he did that.
That's right. Having the healers transfer over, and now it's all about a huge hero dive into the core of this base. Wall break is going strong. The wall is open, he has quite a few spells left, even the jump spell to open up the entire base. Flying Castle is getting dealt with some nice spells, and the Warden ability should be used anytime soon.
Yeah, I was waiting for that Warden ability. Just such huge damage moving into the base. Archer Queen still holding back a little bit here, Itsu, and getting caught up, whilst the King is up top, but not really getting the value that he wants. Is that Monolith going to survive? The invisibility spell tower is reactivating.
That's right, the Queen. No, Queen! No! Don't go for that wall! Can she retarget? That would be huge for him. He's trying to turn the Skeletons invisible to make sure the Queen is going to go back, but she is not. She's staying on that wall. She is dedicated to take this storage out. But take a look at that. The siege has opened a really good path for this Queen, but she's having different plans. I mean, that Queen is like going crazy.
The Elixir Collector at the bottom of the base was closest, so she wanted to go down and take that out first, naturally. But what that does for General X is mean that time continues to tick down. There is a huge amount of base. Look at that invisibility spell tower reactivating again. Surely not a third time during one attack. He's still got a rage and an invisibility spell, carefully waiting onto those headhunters to try and power them in towards the defending Queen. There's the invisibility. He's saving onto the headhunters for cleanup at this point, too, because even if he doesn't 3-star, he's got to try and push that percentage.
24 seconds, more troops are getting placed. The Queen with her ability and the Unicorn alive, but that multi-focus are out of range. And as you said it, the invisibility tower has reloaded and is going to make a 3-star impossible. The Queen ability has been used, and every single percentage point is important. But at this point, this is 0 out of 6 for reported versus Clash Champs. 0 out of 6 attacks they were able to successfully 3-star. And if this is not getting to their heads, that would be quite impressive.
How do you even shake that off if you are Reported Gaming? Just, they've been so impressive versus every single team, but it feels like whatever they do, Clash Champs have the counter for it. And they have also started off on offense perfectly here. Should they get a 3-star in the next attack, I know Reported Gaming are right there. They just have to try and pick things up, but like you said, it must be very difficult. So let's see if Clash Champs can do that.
The Super Dragons returning, and take a look at that. We even have the double recall spell, just making sure that a troop, which is the Super Dragon, not needing that many spells. And we have the crowd going crazy and cheering for a defense to make this match as close as possible.
That's what's fantastic about being in the arena, is just seeing the atmosphere and how everybody gets involved. I've got to say, I love the fact that he doesn't need 2 versions of Super Troops, so opts for the Super Giant here. It's got huge amount of hit points, so it can tank that Queen for so much longer than what we normally see when regular Giants are used.
Yeah, I think in general, it's just such a cool thing with the addition of the recall spell. No one was really sure if it getting used a lot, then it got buffed, and now it's just everywhere, just being such a creative tool. And we have already heard from earlier that those pros are just so good with those creative tools, and this is exactly now where those troops are getting placed right into that high damage area.
Yeah, one seeking air mine hits a Super Dragon, just waiting on that Warden ability until the Battle Blimp moves through. The Warden gets pushed back with the Sweeper, catches the Tornado Trap, so he's trying to hold on to the ability. He does actually catch all of the Super Dragons bar one, and the Battle Blimp makes its route to the Town Hall, gets there with the Rage. Now the rocket balloons fly to it, but with the Town Hall down, what's going to happen with these Clan Castle troops? The Lava Hound is going to slow down his heroes quite significantly. The rocket balloon's not going to cause too big of a threat.
That's right, Rockadoons without their ability, it's not as dangerous for those heroes. But there's quite a few defenses left standing. The Expos, the defending King, the defending Warden, and that defending Scattershot has to be taken care of. The skeleton traps are delaying things a little bit. The Warden, the Phoenix is going off. Prow is saying defense. Is it going to be? That's the question. King ability is getting used.
It's hard to say with all of the hero abilities. Like you said, the King spawns all of those barbarians, and he also has the Queen and Royal Champion ability with 2 Expos firing at them. And look at the bottom of the screen as well. We've got the defending Royal Champion and the Scattershot. The confidence is not there for Clash Champs in this attack. They know it's not going to go through, but they have to try and get that percentage because Reported Gaming were right up there by 90.
And then really good poison, defensive poison spell, delaying the Queen and the Royal Champ even further, because at this point it's about time as well in every single building which you can defend. I mean, we have now the defense for Reported, and remember how the last match went. Clash Champs have gotten the first 2 attacks 3 stars. After that was it. No more 3 stars. So having a defense now at this point is huge for Reported. They just still have to search for their first 3 star. That's the other problem.
It is. It's always a bit of bittersweet feeling when you do get a defense because, yep, you've managed to defend, but you'd always rather have the 3 stars in the pocket. So for Reported Gaming, whilst that's a huge turn of events, they do have to capitalize on it. And on the flip side, yes, Clash Champs didn't get any other 3 stars, but Reported didn't get any in that first matchup either.
That's right. We can see again the Blim taking out the monolith. Everything went perfect. Even the freezes were, I mean, to me, just on the next level. He was able to freeze the Eagle and both sweepers on the opposite sides of them. That was just mind-blowing. Let's take a look at the next attack, and it's going to blow our minds as well.
We hear the crowd for Clash Champs shouting defense, both sides trying to rally the teams up together. And we do have the Super Barbarians, 2 clone spells with the Battle Blimp selected. Now we have seen numerous Super Archer Blimp attacks, so I'm curious as to whether that is what we will see here. A couple of balloons to try and snipe buildings initially, then the Battle Blimp flying through. See where he's going to land here at 2.
He's landing right next to the Town Hall, and we see the Super Archers. There's the clone. And
oh, the Wall Breaker's got cloned!
No way! That is just the worst possible moment. I mean, he opened the entire base, but this is not what you want to see.
You have to delay the clone spells so that your test troops are able to get out of the way and be destroyed. But with the tornado trap, the Super Wall Breaker didn't move forward and bust the wall. So that is a huge turn of events. Like you said, he still gets the Town Hall. All is not lost here, but with such a big investment, 0 spells left over, this is tricky.
It is for sure. With everything now getting sent at the top side, the only good news, like for him right now, is that he had not to invest the Warden for that type of blimp. It was a blimp without the Warden ability, without a heavy investment on the troop space. Yes, spell-wise, it was quite an investment for sure, but maybe those troops can now power through the remaining defense because the Warden ability for that defending area at the bottom side with the Monolith and the Eagle, that I think is a great timing to use it and make sure that they're staying alive.
He's got to time the Royal Champion perfectly here as well because he's got no wall breaks or jump spells, which means he doesn't have clear access into that compartment. He uses the Warden ability now with all of the Barbarians from the King trying to absorb damage whilst the Clan Castle troops are there as well. Thankfully, he's got an Electro Titan, but it is getting fired at and going to go down, meaning any skeleton traps on defense now could be huge. The Queen trying to get through to that multi-target Inferno. She's got her ability, but she's not there whilst the other troops are tanking.
That Queen barely staying alive, but the Expo on the back end is just causing a lot of problems. The Super Barbarians are getting added. The defending Royal Champ is going down. The Royal Champ on his side is trying his best or her best to somehow power through a ground skill hit, as you mentioned. Oh no, is it enough power though?
Really needed that Electro Titan for this moment. Royal Champion caught up. Scattershot locks on. Once the Expo turns around, she will go down. And it is a huge defense for Clash Champs with the 89 just clicking into the 90s. 91%, 92% even. Come on. Trying to get the percentage right here. 92% for Reported Gaming. And Clash Champs, whilst they had that one little blip, they are still in the lead. And their bases still hold Reported Gaming back. It is becoming their kryptonite at this point.
Yeah, it really looks like that. Even though I feel like on this one, it was less the base to be blamed, because I feel like the plan looked great. He got a lot of percentage, even though he cloned the the wall breaks inside that blimp. So the plan looked completely fine. The idea was great. But in the end, you can see that again. The clone spells are getting used. The wall break was caught inside the tornado trap. And this is why he was still inside that, cloned area. That NATO trap, even though it did not hit the super archers themselves, kind of turned around the entire attack.
Yeah, I guess he got them a little bit too far, and maybe he expected the wall breakers to go back over towards the outside compartment, but either way, wasn't meant to be. Let's see if Clash Champs can get another 3-star to extend their lead.
The crowd is ready, we are ready, and we have Clash Champs going again with the Super Bowlers. And I feel like Reported definitely did not prepare for that, since Clash Champs felt like Bowlers were their, I don't know, kryptonite to some degree as well during the qualifiers. But it seems like they really made sure that they know how to play this troop. But where's the Queen going next? He's turning some buildings invisible, but the Queen is going for the... Okay, she's going around, going inside, and she has to do the same thing as with the other attack. She has to take down the Town Hall, and then you're going to enter with those boulders to avoid the Town Hall poison.
Yeah, fantastic job there. Quick reactions with the invisibility spell just to make sure she did move on into the inside, because you can see how important that is now. Just about to lock up the Town Hall. Ice Golems and Super Bowlers move in. Again, delayed, but trying to time it perfectly before those buildings go down. Seems like it's timed a little bit better this time to push the Super Bowlers forward. Oh, no, maybe I jinxed it. Oh, gosh. Warden ability used perfectly, though. That was really good to try and capture everything before they moved around. If he could get the Eagle Artillery here, which he does, and maybe a little bit more protection for the Queen moving through, he could still turn this around.
I feel like that was one of those bait warden abilities. Yes, you catch everything, but Judo, take a look at this core. You do not want to approach this without the warden ability. Rage up Expos, triple raged up or possible raged up multi in front of towers. This is not fun to face, and now it's all about the boulders on the outside. Can they throw enough rocks to make this work? We have the Royal Champ getting added early on to share the damage with that Queen, but with multi front towers, that's not as easy as that.
It's not, and by the time the Royal Champion got the multi-target Inferno down, the Super Bowlers were already gone. Archer Queen gets the Rage Tower. Royal Champion and Diggy doing a tremendous job here as the Queen ability is popped. She should be able to get the Expo and the multi. He's still got a freeze, but the Royal Champion sadly does fall. This is incredibly close. The Queen can get these skellies, and I think time is a big problem here. He's recovered this incredibly well, but what are your thoughts, Itsu? The Queen now stuck in that compartment. She's got to get out before she can start clearing any more of these buildings.
Yeah, she's going further and further into that corner and going down eventually, and that percentage, below 80%, is not looking good for Clash Champs. The only good news for them is that Reported is 0 out of 7. 0 3-stars out of 7 attacks versus their bases. Because at this point, if Reported just 3 stars once, they have quite a massive percentage lead.
a huge lead indeed, because those last two attacks, certainly not what we expected from the start of this war. And I think that's a lesson to all of us that things can change drastically even after those first attacks. So let's see if Reported can get their first 3-star.
Concentrating, and we have another Queen Charge Recall Super Barbarians. Those have not worked so far versus the basis of Clash Champs. Can they get their 3-star now? This would be such a massive momentum swing for them. And he's starting things off with an Ice Golem with his Queen to really make sure that this defending air defense and the Royal Champ together have no chances of taking down possible healers for him. But take a look at that. No! The healers are chasing, I think, some of the Seeking Goblins or even the Headhunter. The Queen should turn around and charge into that scatter. But remember again, he has the recall spell, so time is for sure an issue. And wait! Queen, come back! Where is she going?
Oh no! What's he going to do here? Maybe send in a... He can't really even target them with the balloons. He just gives up on that section, recalls the Queen, pops her over to 3 o'clock, and has to now make a backup plan towards that scatter. Queen taking a little bit of damage. I'm sure he didn't want to use any spells in this area because he was thinking the Queen might have been better topped up if he did have to use a rage in that top compartment had she have walked in. Manages to get through though, has some pathing, but he's going to take some damage from that scatter shot as he deploys the troops to the most northern area of the base to support the king.
Oh, there are the Super Barbarians, and now he has to be careful because that Flinger, that log launcher, if it gets targeted, that would be really bad news for him. He wants to get as far as possible into that base. The Eagle, the Expo, the Multi-Furniture, all of those have to go down because the Queen and her healers are in danger otherwise.
He's already used the Warden ability, so with that raged up multi-target Inferno, they are going to take massive damage as the defending Clan Castle troops distract everything. What does he have inside that log launcher? And remember, he's still got to make sure the Queen loops around for that Town Hall as she moves in. There's a lot of distractions here. He's got the Royal Champion as a bit of a backup, and obviously all of the Super Barbarians. But there's the Rage. The invisibility. Lovely Rage there, actually, to catch the Eddies into.
That's right, the Rage was quite nice for him. But take a look at that, there goes the freeze. The healers are getting kept alive, but now it's all about the back end.
Oh, look at that!
Take a look at that. The Rage Tower inside the middle of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Tesla, 2 Expos, Scanner and Multi-Phone Tower. I think you can't put in any more defenses in there.
You cannot. He's got no Warden ability. He's got the freezes, which he has to time perfectly. Just missed the Rage spell activating, so the Royal Champion is taking huge damage with the Skeleton Trap distracting her. Queen down the bottom of the base. She's got her ability, but does she have time to come up? Great use of the invisibility to try and keep the Royal Champion moving, but she's stuck now. And the Tornado Trap proves to be fatal for Mech. Using the Queen ability to get into the 90s, they can have the percentage, but they're not able to close out the 3 stars, which means Clash Champs still have the lead, and they need to try and get another triple because the momentum has to be picked back up for them. Like you've correctly said, if Reported Gaming are able to convert, they are well out in front.
Yeah, to me it's really crazy. I mean, at this point, like how many defenses do the Clash Champ bases have at this point versus this strategy? It's not like in general that they're defending incredible, but it feels like Reported says, this is the strategy we want to use versus those bases, and it's just not working. So I'm kind of wondering, when are they going to change that, or are they just not seeing any other options?
Yeah, it's really difficult, isn't it? Because in this situation, you can't... I mean, I am sure the players are well versed, but on the big stage, you have to be comfortable with what you're doing. If something starts to go wrong, you've got to be able to adapt. So it's really hard for Reported to just switch it up during the tournament. However, let's see if Clash Champs can capitalize on this. Loop coming in with one of a, well, basically the same approach as what we have just seen. Is he going to use the Battle Blimp initially though? A couple of loons and the Warden ability. We've seen numerous Yeti blimps from Clash Champs deciding to rage this area to try and get the Eagle, the Expo and Multi, which he should be able to easily get. He's got the Clan Castle full, and alongside the use of those loons initially, he's got a huge path created, so there is nowhere else for the Queen to go. She's pretty well protected whilst taking out the Lava Hound. Then we've just got to see the follow-up. 30 seconds in, everything going to plan so far. It's really good that his Warren survived because he can take out those buildings up top and get a little bit extra value, which could be crucial when it comes down to time.
That's right, and I think we have seen this exact attack already earlier, with the only difference, it were Hog Riders as a follow-up, and that was from Super BLTX. So did Clash Champs say, well, we like that Queen shot, it did go well with the jump into the Town Hall, but then we want to do something different. We want to do the Super Barbarians instead of the Hog Riders, because let's be honest, the Hogs so far in this event had not the greatest success.
They have not, and I remember it was such an extensive Queen charge, wasn't it, that he was really running short on time. There is the jump, just like you said. The Coco Loons making sure to protect the healers, because if anything goes wrong with the Queen charges, it can then go horribly wrong. Has the Rage Tower popped, and he's not really under any other damage other than the Raged Up Expo. An aggressive Rage on the Queen alongside the invisibility means as she steps forward to the Town Hall, she's still under Rage.
That's right, still under Rage, and time is really, really important. We have the Royal Champ getting at it on the outside. The Super Barbarians out there. There goes the Warbreak. The Queen is staying alive. And now it's all about the push. 1 minute for around about 30% left of the space.
30%, and I'm watching that Rage Tower. There it goes, activating as the Ice Golem is flung off. He's now got to try and swarm that area. 2 freeze spells to perfectly time. There is the first to protect the Royal Champion. Archer Queen is using the ability. He is celebrating because with 40 seconds left, so many troops and spells. He's got this. Now, it's very hard for them to remain calm. I was thinking, stay there just for another couple of seconds until the 3-star is guaranteed. But in his head, he knew it. That is now a huge lead for Clash Champs, and they are within touching distance of that trophy that they are staring at this entire match.
That's right, they have the lead on stars, and that's just the most important things. Reported has such good percentage, you can see it still on the right side in this replay. They have the percentage, but in the end, what is more important? That's right, it is getting those 3 stars, and this is something which feels impossible for them in this match. And we can see the celebration, the energy, the relief of getting that 3-star.
Let's go to Team Comms after that one. I would have loved to hear those screams, but let's see what Reported can do. They're not out of this yet. Let's see if they can pull it back.
Fantastic. He has to do it for his team. He is having quite an interesting army composition with a battle drill and a couple of invisibility spells. Are we going to witness again the invisible drill, the invisible blizzard, if you want to call it that way? Where is he going to start? That's the big question. He's starting with a couple of Super Barons. There goes the drill. What are the defenses he's going to turn invisible? It's going to be the bottom ones. So he is targeting the builder huts. The drill is going through, and he's going to have his blizzard right behind that Town Hall.
Manages to turn them invisible. Do they get caught on the Lava Hound hit? No, they are going to stay there and get the Town Hall down, get the other defenses. Can he chain through the rest of this huge value from this blizzard? Is he going to use another invisibility? He's accepting that value, but I think that's more than, well, exactly what he could have expected.
Yeah, really, really good. Creative way on approaching that base. And back in the days, Timtastic was known as one of the best Blizzard Lotto attackers in the entire world. But now we have the Queen starting her dive, going for that Eagle compartment, going for that Eagle direction, where we have the King charging into that scatter compartment.
indeed, with the Royal Champion now reinforcing as well. All of the Barbarians can swarm this area, help to get through the skeleton traps, dodge the giant bomb there as well, which was really nice. And look at the pathing of the Royal Champion here, thanks to the Blizzard. She's just going to hop straight on into that Eagle compartment and start to take down those defenses. Grand Warden still able to be utilized here as well, alongside the Lalo. So huge value from Timtastic. Using the invisibility for the Royal Champion, really wanting to save onto that ability. Off it goes. And he get this section though. I think he really wants the Eagle Artillery too.
That's right, another invisibility spell is invested. The HP, is it going to drop the Expo, the Monolith? And yes, it's going down. And there we have the Lalo shouting into the last scanner, into the last Rage Tower area with the Queen. And those headhunters, if there's any spring traps, that could be really, really devastating.
There is the defensive rage going off with the Warden ability perfectly timed to mitigate that. Alongside the haste spells to quickly get them in, start taking the defenses down. Lava Hound also pops the tornado trap down the bottom, which is fantastic. And he still has 7 balloons left to use, trying to just pick off that bottom air defense if he can. The balloons have got to get down to that Monolith. 30 seconds, Itsu, what do you think?
The Queen has stayed alive. The Headhunters did not take her down. He has to the freeze, but the Warden is next. He has to freeze it, and he sees already he is not happy because that Queen, we have talked about it, her staying alive could be really bad for the attack.
With picking off the Warden, he's got nothing to take the clan castle down. Even if he gets the defenses, he's going to run out of time here, meaning it is yet another 2-star Clash Champs' bases being on another level. And now all they need is the 2 stars to claim the World Championship title. The big question is, do they just flip the plan, go for 2 stars and then go crazy? Or do they try and get the 3 and finish off in style?
I wouldn't be surprised if they just stand up and flip the desk. I mean, let's hope that this desk is really, really well prepared, because that's not going to be an easy task. But first, for now, it's 2 stars. So close, yet so far 2 stars should be possible. Maybe.
I think it's possible. Get the Builder and Hammer Jam on speed dial for this desk, because we have seen the celebrations of Clash Champs. You can see it in their faces. You know how much that defense meant to them, and they know they are so close. They have clearly been the best team so far, and this is the moment. Can they do it?
The finisher has to finish this with only needing 2 stars to claim the World Championship title. And yes, he celebrates already.
Celebrating.
Like, he knows Super Dragons for the Town Hall. He doesn't even need to send all of the Super Dragon. It's just getting the Town Hall, Flame Flinger. Let that even work for like 1 minute. He does not need the time.
Yep.
They do not care about 3 stars. 2 stars. Town Hall and 50%. This is what this strategy screams to me right now.
This is exactly what I would say. This is what I would do, and I admire him for just doing this, to be honest.
Yeah.
So many times we see people trying to force the 3-star strategy, make a mistake, and then they lose the war because they 1-star. Seleno, swallowing his pride, doesn't care about his own personal stats. He cares about his team victory, which I think is very admirable. So, Super Dragon's in. He does commit them all into. He's not missing that Town Hall. He's going to use the King and the Royal Champion for cleanup and that 50%. But that is the marker, though. 50%. The Super Dragons are going to get caught up behind the Town Hall. Let's see what he can do.
I mean, not gonna lie, really surprised that he has sent all of those Super Dragons into that Town Hall, because he could have just, I mean, at this point you see how easy he has gotten the Town Hall. Just like circle the entire base. It's 10 more or 12 more percentage. The Flinger is going, and he has not even deployed the King and the Royal Champion yet.
Just send them on the outside. Take the non-defensive buildings. Valkyrie's run out. He's celebrating. He can't focus, and I don't this attack and just enjoy their victory. Oh my goodness, we've seen amazing celebrations from him in the qualifiers. At this moment, I don't think he can quite believe it. And wow, I'm just speechless at this point. They have been the best team here by far, thoroughly deserved the victory. And as this attack closes out, they can finally just rest. They don't have to remain as focused for the rest of this.
I mean, it is just incredible. And they were not only the best, but as well the by far smartest team. Do not overcomplicate things on Town Hall 15, and this was to perfection. They knew what they had to do. They came in here with the best strategies prepared, and they delivered. On offense, on defense, holding back, reported twice on such low scores. It's just mind-blowing to me. It's impressive, and it's just not from this world.
Not indeed. I mean, they're just waiting. Respect for Reported Gaming. Again, they're just a true clash act, I guess. Because they don't want to go celebrating right now. Respecting their opponents, they can wait and then get the celebrations after. But let's hear what they thought during that attack.
Caralho! Caralho, campeão mundial nessa porra, velho! Caralho! Chupa! Caralho!
Just amazing to see. You know, you can't imagine what they are feeling inside in that moment. All of their fans there, all of the hard work that everybody has put in to support this team. And let's, you know, just respect everybody that's been here and give Reported Gaming the applause they deserve for this last attack. Let's hear it, everybody. Reported Gaming closing out the wall.
With his last attack, what is he going to do? What is he going to show us in this last attack with another siege, with another battle drill? We have quite a few of invisibility spells, but I feel like this one's going to be for the clan castle indeed, because there's no poison otherwise, which is giving us a clear indicator of those skeleton spells are supposed to take down the clan castle and a ton of buildings surrounding it.
I always love to see a Skelly donor. It used to be such a risky strategy, and I guess it still is, but the pros are incredibly good at this stage. But he does get the clan castle, doesn't quite get the expo and the multi, so I guess I'm just full of jinxes today. I've been jinxing everyone, I apologize.
I was about to say, as you're saying, it's not as risky anymore. Two of the key defenses keep staying up. And at this point, it's full recovery mode. But I mean, it would be just so impressive to see Clash Champs winning twice back-to-back was reported with 12 to 10 stars. 0 out of 10 would be such an impressive performance by the base bidding team. And I mean, it is crazy with the queen not going. At this point, everything just goes wrong and feels like the king would. Oh, okay. There goes the invisibility spell, redirecting that queen. And now we have that battle drill getting forced into the Burn Tower compartment.
Yeah, really nice job on that battle drill. It's always good to see the use of that because it's protected whilst it's underground, right? So that's why, as long as you can set up the pathing for it, it's quite a safe option. Now we see the Lalo moving in from the left. The Ice Hound initially helping them get a little bit further. He's got to wait on the Town Hall. It's not active yet, and he's got the Warden at the bottom of the base, hoping that, there we go, as the Town Hall activates, he's got just enough balloons that even once they go down, it's not really that big of a deal. That was well calculated.
Yeah, he just says, well, I need that Warden at the bottom side. Raged up defenses are no joke, and you need to have that Warden around there. But even with that, we have the Dragon Rider reinforcing that top side, but there's quite some defense left. Can he turn this around, even though the entry did not work out? that would be impressive, and it looks like it is. He is applauding to Clash Champs. They were the better team today, but that is another great attack from Reported, and their first 3-star facing those Clash Champs bases.
Like you said, even though it didn't work out at the start, he's been able to flip this plan around, alter things to get those 3 stars, and it shows the caliber of Reported Gaming. They, I feel, have been the underdog for so long, but they came into this tournament smashing teams, getting a very impressive victory over Navi as well. We can give them a round of applause as this year's runners-up, but it is Clash Champs who are your 2023 World Champions. Now they can celebrate. What a performance they have given throughout this weekend, and they can lift the World Championship trophy.
We have the Clash tonight back as well to celebrate this moment. They are just going crazy.
Fantastic. I can't wait to hear from them. They have been so calm. They have made sure that they were focused throughout the entire tournament, and they have won it from the upper bracket. Not even not taking a defeat, but barely taking wars into those close moments. I think the closest one was with Tribe, and they are going crazy. They've snapped the trophy here. Phenomenal performance. Absolutely brilliant job by Clash Champs. The strength is too much. There is their check for $300,000 for first place, and you see it on the top. Clash of Clans World Championship winners. It is Clash Champs. Let's give them a round of applause, everybody.
It is such a relief to all of those fans. They were by far the loudest in the crowd. They were cheering for them non-stop. They were cheering for defenses, for 3 stars, for everything. And it was just their time to shine. Going all the way, and well deserved.
You called it, Itsu. Get the builder on deck. Hammer Jam needs to be going on that trophy. Congratulations again to them. But we are just about to hear from them so we can have the celebratory interview. Wow.
Here, their captain Celinho. First of all, congratulations, man. Such a long time. I remember we were opponents back in the 2019 World Championships. So you started at the very first World Championship. How much does this victory mean for you?
Bom, primeiro parabéns para vocês por serem campeões. Celinho, eu lembro que a gente competiu um contra o outro no Campeonato Mundial de 2019. Agora que você atingiu o seu objetivo de ser campeão mundial, como é que você se sente?
É o sonho de qualquer jogador, né? Finalmente consegui realizar esse sonho. Já disputei vários mundiais e dessa vez a gente conseguiu. A gente, com a organização, ajudou bastante a gente. O Edu também ajudou a gente todo dia, desafiando um monte de coisa que ele faz. E é isso aí, campeão.
Well, it's any player's dream to win. We're champions. We have fought a lot to get here. All the organization has helped us a lot. Edu, our coach, has helped us a lot as well with all his challenges for us. And we're champions.
Yes, yes, you are the champions. So I won't bother you much longer. Just one more thing. You have the opportunity now to say anything you like to anyone out there. What's your message?
Eu não vou incomodar vocês muito mais, só uma última coisa. Vocês têm a oportunidade agora de dizer o que quiserem, para quem quiserem. Qual é a mensagem de vocês?
Primeiramente, quero agradecer a Deus e a toda a família, todo mundo que apoiou a gente até aqui. Foi muito difícil, mas a gente conseguiu. Também agradecer aos builders que ajudou a gente, todo o apoio, todo mundo que ajudou a gente. Só agradecer muito. E é isso.
So I just wanna thank.
Também queria, essa vitória também quero lembrar a todos que o Brasil e a América do Sul também é muito forte e a gente precisa de mais apoio, torneios presenciais principalmente, e é isso.
So I just want to thank God, our families, the builders that helped us. And also, I would like to say that Brazil and South America are very strong, and that we would like more support and tournaments happening around South America and Brazil as well.
All right, thank you very much. So give it up once more for your world champions, Clash Champs!
The darkness on the rise, lift the light. Time to fight. Won't you look into the sky? See the darkness on the rise, lift the light. Time to fight. Won't you come along with me on a date with destiny? We'll make it right. We'll clash tonight. And there's only one way we can rise to the top. Gotta do it together and never surrender or stop. This is the moment we rise. Come together tonight. Light a flame and we keep it burning strong. We are the best of the best. We will not back down.
What an incredible finish to this year's World Championship. Thank you to Supercell and our production for being able to put on this incredible show. Thank you to the teams. One more cheer for Clash Champs. And thank you to all the teams that participated, all the fans out there that make this possible. This has been an incredible year, and we cannot wait for what is to come. So one last thing to say. Clash on!
Time to fight. Won't you look into the sky? See the darkness on the rise. Lift the light. Time to fight. Won't you come along with me on a date with destiny? We'll make it right. We'll clash tonight. And there's only one way we can rise to the top. Gotta do it together and never surrender or stop. This is the moment we rise. Come together tonight. Light a flame and we keep it burning strong. We are the best of the best. We will not back down or rest till we drink from the cup of the winner. Lift the light. Time to fight. Won't you look into the sky? See the darkness on the rise. Lift the light. Time to fight. Won't you come along with me on a date with destiny? We'll make it right. We'll clash tonight.